Today is quite a short day and also a very long day. In this instance that we are in session almost until midday. We've got only 2 sessions. Besides that, we'll have a workshop, which is now the long version of it. Besides the workshop, we are also having dinner. The good leaders of ours are hosting a dinner just to recognize the good work that has been shown here. Now, before I get ahead of myself, let me do exactly what I was requested to do. And on that note, I'm going to request the first person who's equally placed to welcome us to this session. And that person is Professor Baloyi from the School of Medicine. Let's clap hands for him, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nkwana. I just couldn't understand why they have to clap for me, but I accept that. We would like to welcome you to this prestigious day of our research day in the faculty. And also at the same time, we would like to apologize if there were small ends which ate you the whole night, So we would like to apologize for that. But today, as my colleague has highlighted to you, it's a long day, so it's not a day for us to be talking a lot. We'll want to give you time so that by 3:45 we are off this place so that you can go and prepare your tuxedos for tonight's vision, and so that everyone gets sorted. We have all the people. You saw that the honorables from Gauteng, academics from Gauteng. So it is an opportunity for our girls. Then Ramalata, you should get sorted today, and the others. So we must be coming back here to celebrate the results of this faculty, which means a big family growing up and all this. So the lions which are in this place are very much well trained. Some of them, they don't have the sharp teeth like the other lions in the Kruger National Park. So if you happen to meet them, just greet them. Don't be scared. Otherwise, yesterday we had a lot of good talks about non-communicable diseases and metabolic syndrome. It is not to say that people must shrink like me, but it is to say that take care. Go and check your HbA1c also. It can be a warning sign. Today we're going to hear a lot about ethics and research and a lot of digital health. So we are really moving forward. With those little words, I would like to welcome you to this second day of a progress in the Faculty of Health Sciences, and looking forward to share with you tonight at the gala dinner, with all of you looking more beautiful. You will even see me, I will look more handsome by that time. Enjoy your day. Thank you, and thanks very much to our guests who honored us to be here. Without you, we wouldn't be having this activity. We really value your time, your dedication you gave us by coming here. And then lastly, you yourself, you are so much important. Thank you very much. Enjoy.
Thank you so much, Prof. Prof, they clapped again. And again, thank you so much. Prof has, in a nutshell, summarized day one. In one sitting that I was in, there was an indication, and research proved that at one stage being single is not such a nice thing. And Prof has also mentioned the fact that maybe we should come back again for a celebration. That would be quite nice. Thanks. Now, the next speaker is somebody would like to listen to. To start off with, you selected yourself by the type of work you do, but now the committee here also came up with the relevant person to talk to us because the work speaks for itself. She is the director of the electron microscope unit at SMU. So her unit is responsible for diagnostic and research support in the institution. She obtained her PhD in the Department of Hand and Microscopy, microsurgery. And she's involved in multidisciplinary research, which stems from nano to biomedical sciences, samples investigation. She's a recipient of 5 NRF grants on National Equipment Program. So those that have been talking about issues of money, she's the relevant person to talk to because the fact that she's got 5 grants, it says she's got knowledge on how to get that money. She's a member of, or she was a member of the Medunsa Research Ethics Committee. That is then when we had Medunsa. And throughout her involvement, she seemed it fit to enroll for quite a number of programs in ethics. Maybe that is why she's here to talk to us about that today. And she attended the UNESCO Ethics Teacher Training course, amongst others. She's currently the chairperson of the Human Research Science Committee at the SMU, the new university. And something that is even much more interesting, she told me, is that she's born and bred in Tzaneen. So she's not a foreigner in this land. She's from here. Well, she had to advance other things in Gauteng, but colleagues, we're talking about somebody that is from within this area. And she's none other than Prof. C. Baker. Prof, please talk to us.
Good morning, colleagues. Thank you so much, Program Director, and thank you also to the organizing committee, Prof. Huon, the Tindani for all the arrangements, and also the Dean of the Faculty of Health Sciences. Thank you so much for the invitation and for having me today. And yes, this is my hometown, and yeah, it's always nice to come back after for any event. So this morning I'm speaking to you about research ethics and integrity. It is a very, very wide topic to speak about, and we will be covering a number of aspects. Firstly, to look at why research ethics and integrity matter. We're going to look at some historical foundations of research ethics and then the core principles, research misconduct and integrity challenges, ethics in research practices, emerging issues that arise from that, and promoting a culture of research integrity. If there's time, because I am very wary of time, Please, if I speak too long, we will please just caution and indicate. But if there's some time, we will look at some case studies as well. So research ethics is the field of ethics that systematically analyzes the ethical and legal questions raised by research involving human subjects. And we focus on really looking at protecting the participants of research. So clinical research or clinical trials is conducted in a manner that serves the needs of the participants and society as a whole. And then also importantly, the ethics reviews must be conducted before the research commences. No post-hoc approvals are engaged in, and post-approval monitoring, of course, is ongoing and may be audited from time to time. So if we look at the word integrity, we can see that it's the quality of being honest and having strong moral principles. But also some synonyms are indicated, and we can see that ethics is amongst them. So it's about our personal and moral beliefs. But what is research integrity? It's defined as active adherence to the ethical principles and professional standards essential for the responsible practice of research. And in terms of that, we also look at the codes of conduct for specific professions. Research or scientific integrity refers to high quality and robust practice across the full research process. So from the planning stage through the conduct of research, the recording and reporting of results, the dissemination, application, and the implementation of the findings. So we can see that research integrity provides credibility to our work as scientists and also as research professionals. So why does research ethics and integrity matter? Research is defined as an undertaking intended to extend knowledge through a disciplined inquiry or systematic investigation. And in that process, we also need to look at the protection of human participants. So in terms of that, it is defined as the systematic undertaking of activities that involve the collection of human personal data, measurements, and or biological samples for purposes that are not related to clinical management of a health condition. It also establishes trust in science and society. It ensures credibility and reproducibility and prevents harm and misconduct from occurring. So ethical failures in research damage the individuals, the institutions, and also the public trust in science as a whole. So the key norms and standards that we look for when an ethics review is done is looking at the relevance and value of that research, the scientific integrity, the role player engagement, fair selection of participants, fair balance of the risks and benefits. We also look at the informed consent processes, the recruitment strategy, and the ongoing respect for participants. That includes privacy and confidentiality. So researcher competence and expertise plays a very important role in that, since the researcher must be competent to engage in that specific research that is embarked on. So the requirements for research integrity is that there is an adherence to a professional code of conduct. There must be an ethical behavior at all times. Potential conflicts of interest. We don't always look at conflicts of interest in this regard, but that needs to be addressed and mitigated right from the start. So the conflict of interest is not the challenge, but the mitigation of that conflict of interest is important. Publishing in reputable journals, participation in peer review, and also adhering to the scientific method and the process of science. I'm sure you've all heard of the Singapore Statement on Research Integrity, which was finalized in September 2010. And these represent the joint efforts of over 300 people from 51 countries and contains 4 principles and 14 responsibilities for researchers. The main 4 principles are honesty, accountability in the conduct of research, professional courtesy, and good stewardship of research on behalf of all others. So if we look at the Singapore Statement, we can see that of those 14 responsibilities, all but 2 indicate that researchers should. So there's a lot of accountability with researchers as individuals. The other 2 responsibilities starts with the words institutions should, and therefore the institutions are also involved in those aspects. So in preparing for this presentation, I have seen that there are many different models that are being proposed as to how research ethics and research integrity actually, the interplay between those 2. It is an ongoing process, and there are many different aspects to consider. We can see that research integrity involves many aspects of a personal nature, but also of those institutional aspects as well. Some other models look at the reliability, honesty, transparency, respect, and accountability in terms of the ethics principles and how that also interacts with research integrity. There's also a model relating to the knowledge management cycle, which is about creating, capturing, organizing, sharing, applying, and refining the knowledge that we collect, and that relates to ethical conduct in our research. So we can see that the whole process of the research cycle involves ethics in some measure. So how do we maintain research ethics and avoid scientific misconduct? So there are aspects that before we conduct the research, that there should be a very clear protocol that has been submitted for ethics review, and there is also an understanding of who will be the authors of that research. Then during the conduct of research, the other aspects also relate to the process of data collection, the obtaining of the informed consent, involving the community in that research, and then also always looking at the protection of the potential participants in that data collection. After the research has completed, there is also the publication that needs to be completed, and the reference management software that needs to be embarked upon. And it's really about giving something back to those that have been participating in the research, and some kind of benefit or knowledge sharing with them as well. So when we look at research misconduct, it relates to fabrication, falsification, plagiarism, and beyond misconduct, the questionable practices such as p-hacking, which is altering statistical analysis. And we have also seen that there are sometimes fraudsters that do not stick to those type of ethical conduct. And there was specifically the Wakefield vaccine fraud, where much integrity matters were not adhered to. And still today, the publication was published in 1998 in the Lancet, and still today, some of those aspects come forward in literature searches and so on. So even after retraction, within the public domain, some of those things remain. We can't always get completely rid of them. Salami slicing, I'm sure you have heard of that, is the unethical practice of dividing a single large research study into multiple small fragmented publications, often to artificially inflate an author's or publication record. So there are many types or forms of misconduct. And I've just mentioned some of those in brief. I'm not going to go into all of them, but the fabrication is the manipulation of research materials, the equipment or processes, or changing or omitting data or results. Those data, the outliers that we would like to not include, can also be considered a form of misconduct. Then, of course, the violation of ethical standards regarding human and animal experimentation. So the important part is to absolutely adhere to all aspects of the protocol that has been approved, and if any deviations are to be made, then those amendments must be made before that is actually implemented. So the historical perspectives in human research. We all know that research ethics has been much debated, and especially since World War II, when many research atrocities were found to have happened. So in terms of those research atrocities that happened at that time, there were very distinct guidelines that were developed in terms of the Nuremberg Code, the Declaration of Helsinki, the Belmont Report, and those are the cornerstone documents of the modern ethics committees or institutional research boards, and actually highlighted the abuses that led to those codes. So in terms of our constitution, if human participants are going to be taking part in our research, then they have the right, according to Chapter 2, the Bill of Rights, not to be subjected to medical or scientific experiments without their informed consent. So this is why the informed consent process is such an important part of the research process. So the Nuremberg trials, of course, brought to light many of the medical doctors that performed experimentation on children and adults, and these led to human experiments that were really very devastating and quite unbelievable that those actually took place. So also today still, there is the illustration of Eduard Padenkopf's Atlas of Topographical and Applied Human Anatomy. And it is said that this is probably one of the most elaborate or comprehensive documented atlases since time. And these were done during the Second World War when these dissections took place. And that book is still in use. So the Nuremberg Code is then a set of ethics principles for human experimentation that was adopted after the World War II. And it was really at the same time where the Universal Declaration of Human Rights was also established. So the Nuremberg Code is the cornerstone document really for the voluntary consent of a human subject, which is absolutely essential in any research. And it was the first international document which advocated for voluntary participation in research and informed consent. So some of the atrocities actually continued even after the Second World War was over, and they only came to light in the 70s. So we can see that that even today, the development of research ethics has been very comprehensive, and was really the outcomes of many of these different studies that continued to cause devastating effects. There was also the thalidomide disaster, which was a medication that was approved in Europe, and then not approved by the FDA at that time in the United States, but the small samples were provided to pregnant women and then caused a lot of, or many deformities, causing children to live with disability at that time as well. So the international ethics guidelines that were developed are our cornerstone documents and are applied internationally throughout research ethics. CIOMS is an important ethical guideline for biomedical research involving human subjects, and is a very extensive document that discusses ethical practice in research design. So we can see that informed consent must be clear, it must be voluntary, and also culturally appropriate. It must be done in the language that is familiar to the community that will be participating. Confidentiality and data protection must be included. Vulnerable populations must be protected, and then also the outlines of the research or review process. So any social science, biomedical, behavioral, or epidemiological activity that entails systematic collection and where human beings are being incorporated, that is part of where human research ethics then plays a role. So, as mentioned, it's to protect patients or participants from harm, protect the safety and welfare of animals, but it also, most importantly, to hold researchers accountable for those research activities that they embark on. So the types of risk in research are extensive. There could be psychological, physical, social and economic harms, legal, loss of confidentiality, privacy matters, and anonymity. And of course, these are even more relevant today with POPIA that must be also adhered to. The levels of risk in research, even those studies that have no risk or are exempt for degree purposes must be reviewed and must obtain a waiver of that ethics if that is relevant. Then low risk, medium, and moderate risk, and then also, of course, the very high risk studies. The core ethical principles, I'm going to go through them very quickly, but we know that autonomy in terms of informed consent has been discussed, but we must also remember that it is not just that section on ethics considerations where the ethics of a project or proposal must be outlined. The ethics of a proposal or protocol actually runs right through that whole protocol. It is incorporated in the study design. If the study is not correctly designed, then the research becomes unethical. If too many participants or too few participants are being recruited, then that research is no longer valid or reliable, and then it also becomes unethical. The data collection, the informed consent must be appropriate. If minors are included, then an assent form must be included with parental consent or guardian consent as well. We also have ministerial consent for non-therapeutic research with minors, which is not always very familiar in all research spheres, but this is more for research being conducted on minors that have no longer access, or where their parents or guardians cannot be contacted. Data analysis, of course, the coding is important for delinking and anonymizing that data as well. Reliability and validity we've discussed, but bias, trustworthiness, and objectivity in terms of the qualitative research as well. And then we spoke about the dissemination, which is the outcomes of our research, which will then be published. The vulnerability and privacy. And please, if our student researchers can have access to this document, it was produced by Universities of South Africa and provides a very comprehensive outline of how de-identification should take place and when, collecting as little as possible of the information. So only collect data that is relevant to your research. Nothing outside in case you may need it later, or any of those aspects may be collected. And then, of course, also keeping that data secure. So some of the scientific misconduct is, of course, evaluated and determined by the US Office for Research Integrity, and really also relates to predatory journals, which we must make sure that our journals that we submit to are registered. These, the ethical issues that are posed by predatory journals are really relating to the reputation of both the individual and the institutional impact that they may have. So the publication ethics, the Committee on Publication Ethics assists with that. And some of the cases that I just thought may be of interest to you is that even plagiarism was actually quite devastating for some researchers. We always just look at the similarity index, and we make sure that we comply with that 20% or 15% or 5% as the institution requires. But plagiarism is a huge concern and a challenge today, and especially with the advent of artificial intelligence. ChatGPT, we all use it, and many of the other artificial intelligence. Ethics of artificial intelligence and the implications thereof is a complete topic on its own, so I'm not going to spend time on that. But there have also been cases where falsification took place that had devastating effects on the researchers, and also fraudulent reporting of outcomes of the research. And this gentleman, Wang Woo-suk, he did very controversial stem cell research, and he was reporting on fraudulent and scientific misconduct of his results as they were faked or falsified. And he eventually then was sentenced to a 2-year suspended prison sentence, and he lost his position at the university where he was involved. This was an interesting case right here in South Africa. Colleagues from Rhodes University at the time, it's a number of years ago, but they were also no longer within their positions. What happened was they were chemistry staff, and some of the publications that included clear plagiarism of specific sections, and the publication that they submitted for peer review actually went to the person, the author of the original research that was conducted. And when she found it, she saw that it was her work, and therefore it led to disciplinary action. We also see that sometimes clinical trials also go wrong, and there was in 1996 also clinical trials in Nigeria where pediatricians or pediatric group participated in the meningitis trials, and there were many, many severe adverse events recorded at that time, which then led to legal suits and was settled in court ultimately against Pfizer. So we can see that in terms of research integrity, the Office of Research Integrity in the United States is actively involved on an ongoing basis, and there is monthly. This is open to the public. It can be accessed freely, and we can see that even at the bottom of the screen that those cases that are reported on, actually the outcomes are also indicated on the website. So these are all ongoing cases. There are many every year that are brought to light and within the public domain. So we need to ensure that in everything that we do, that we promote a culture of research integrity, that right from the start, during the research process, that our personal ethics also, together with the codes of conduct of the profession, the institutional policies, codes of conduct, national and other professional codes of conduct, also comes into the whole process of mentorship and supervision, that we as supervisors also model that ethical behavior every day, that there are whistleblowing protections in place to ensure that communities are not stigmatized or discriminated against, and that we are always responsible and for our research, that we are also accountable for those outcomes. Importantly, that institutional governance also is permeated into training, audits, and the ethics officers for POPIA, PAIA, and compliance. So we need to make sure that ethics is not just about compliance, but it is really values-driven in all aspects of our science. So in order to conclude, just 4 main aspects: that ethics is grounded in much history, and the principles are there for us. They have been established. We just need to now ensure that we implement them and employ them in all our research conduct. We know that integrity applies to all stages of the research process. It's not just while we collect data, but also stretches far beyond those publications that can be in the public domain for many, many, many years. We know that misconduct undermines trust and careers of the professionals and those researchers that embarked on the research. And we also can finally say that good science also is equal to ethical science. Thank you very much, Chair. I'm not sure about the time. Thank you. Thank you so much. Is it? Okay, all right. Thank you so much.
Good morning once more. Thanks, Prof. We can't say thanks enough. And also, Prof is leaving the ethics of time also, just on time, 45 minutes to be exact. We really appreciate it. We can clap again, you know. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, colleagues, I don't want to waste much time. I think we're doing way better with time today. A few announcements. Gala dinner is happening. We are at Melceta. Let's look at the program. There's time for the gala dinner. I think it says 6 o'clock. And it also says don't be late. Okay? There are exhibitors at the entrance. Please go visit them. And I've learned that there is NetBank, which is also a sponsor for this event. They are saying they are offering fully fledged service. They just don't have ATMs, but you can do your consultations. For our lunch today, we are going back to the Lapa. And from this session now, we've got 3 breakaway rooms. We're using the same rooms we used yesterday. This is the main room. We've got the chapel, and we've got Merlin 2. So please let's rush quickly through there so that we observe time. Last 1 or 2 is that there are 3 oral presentations that, not oral, but poster presentations that didn't happen yesterday. So we're going to make some accommodation for them, and they will happen immediately after the second session. And these are now from Klungwane et al., who will be presenting here, the poster here, just after the second session. And you allocated only 7 minutes. So it's 5 minutes for the presentation, 2 minutes for the questions. Then there's Mutelo et al. Your poster will be presented at the chapel. And there's Mbezi and Nechpapama. Your poster will be at Merlin 2, or will supposed to be presented at Merlin 2. Colleagues, thanks so much. I feel important because you're listening to me. And thanks so much. Don't take my shine for the rest of the day. Enjoy the day further. Okay, attention. Attention, please. I've been requested to say we should allocate at least 1 or 2 minutes in case there are very hot questions. And this comes from the elders. I can't say no, otherwise I'm fired. So please, we'll allocate only 2 minutes, 2 minutes max, for any questions if they are there. By show of hands, please. Okay, there's one hand there, there's the second hand. Prof, are you coming? Thank you so much. Thanks so much. 2 questions. Is there any other? None. Thanks. Prof, please, or the third one, please ascend the stage. Let's start. Prof, Baba, are you going to ask the question? Let's start with you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Prof. You talked about salami slicing. At what point do you see how do we make a distinction if one has a large study and they want to single out certain research questions? Would you say that is a salami slicing, or how would you simplify it for us? Thank you.
Okay, I think the easiest way is if the methodology and the whole process relating to a specific topic is that if that is continuously reproduced over and over and over again, say just with a species change, not necessarily the genus change, then that could also lead to some salami slicing. Okay, but if there's new contributions to knowledge, and that can be condensed, that some parts of that methodology and the processes will change, then that leads to a new publication. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Prof. Baker. I'm just intrigued on, I've listened to the ethics, everything there, and I see the ethics as some paucity of information with regard to the medical research, which we need to look at. The medical field is a religious, to show that it's a religious, even the dead body is still recognized. But there's a lack of information to the ethics of research conducted to the dead tissues, human bodies. And I think we need to look at it. It can be a PhD study to look into how do we get the ethics to conducting research. And that's one thing which I did ask a little bit of yesterday. And we have been involved in the cadavers which we use for training ourselves, and even including the experiments and all this. I think there's positive there. You can assist us a little bit, but we think we need to go deeper into that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. These are very important questions. I know that especially the Anatomy Society of Southern Africa is doing much to look at specifically work on post-mortem and so on in the research field when our medical professionals are also in training and working on the bodies. There are many cultural aspects also relating to the specific work in that regard. So I know that there is much research taking place. There is much discussion also specifically from the anatomists that they are embarking upon, specifically because of the paucity and the gap that there is in South Africa, specifically relating to that, and especially, as I mentioned, from a cultural perspective as well. Yeah.
Our students. So I wanted to ask if you do have guidelines or policies that maybe from your institution or anywhere that maybe can give us a clue on how best can we advise the students, on our postgraduate students, on the use of AI. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I know that because of the new introductions in the fifth industrial revolution and the implementation of AI, we are, I think, somewhat, we haven't as a country really embarked on many of these aspects. We have, some institutions have already implemented their policies. I know that we specifically at our institution, we have been working on a policy. It hasn't gone through all the processes of approval, but it is important that all institutions work on implementing or putting a policy in place that will guide the use of AI specifically. So AI is I don't think we can completely. It's here to stay. It's here. It's here actually in full force. There are so many good implementations of AI, things that it can assist us with, but it's all about how we as individuals also implement the use of AI. So we need to make sure that we adhere to, I know it's very easy to ask ChatGPT or Claire AI or any of the other AI packages that's licensed as well, to put in information and get a guide for a proposal or whatever straight away. And then the AI will also ask you, do you need this to be put into a full protocol? So the ethics behind one particular person, your personal ethics, must also guide you. ChatGPT and so on is great to put certain headings in place to guide you as to what needs to perhaps be incorporated, because everything from the public domain is brought together. But where the unethical practices come in is when AI is used to write a full proposal or so on. So we just need to be aware of that and make sure that there's software also to determine whether AI has been used. Wow. So please be aware of that there is also reversed AI that can take place. So, yeah, we need to be ethical in our approach. I don't know if that helps.
Okay.
Thank you.
Analysis and coding. I guess it has got to do with qualitative data analysis. If, for instance, for credibility purposes, I need to use the codes from the participants, how then do I become or avoid being unethical? As in the process, I'm saying whatever that I'm presenting comes from participants. So because as I start coding that data and even supporting the codes, or rather maybe say it's a sub-theme with quotations from participants, how then do I avoid being unethical but being credible?
So that is the coding that we apply. Excuse me. The coding that we apply is really to de-link participants, right? But in interviews, we are also going to specifically, if there are verbatim quotes that will be used in the research, we must specifically obtain informed consent also for those. So if pseudonyms are being used as a coding mechanism in interviews, we also need to inform those participants that the intention is to do verbatim quotes, so that if they read it in the publication or in a dissertation, that they would be familiar with the fact that they could be. But in terms of protecting participants, we sometimes it's not that easy when verbatim quotes are being done. But that's why the geolocation of the specific area where those quotations are coming from. So POPIA actually has many aspects. So firstly, there's primary identifiers, secondary identifiers like geolocation, and then there's those identifiers that are already in the public domain that, brought together with the quotations or other information, can then identify a participant. So it's sometimes quite tricky, if I can call it that. But those aspects must always be looked at. And in terms of delinking, always make sure that the data collection, that transcription is kept separately from the consent forms so that there's no relinking that can take place as well. But if all those aspects of POPIA are looked at, then I think delinking is also then looked at as well. I don't know if that helps. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much, colleagues. Prof. Vupape. Prof. Vupape. No, the Prof. Vupape. We just need more time with her, please. I think that's what I can say, because I'm sure there are many questions that need to be posed, and she gives it. I mean, she dishes out. So that's all we need, more time. So I leave it in your capable hands. For now, please, colleagues, let me request Prof. Mutelo to continue with the next session. Thank you so much.
Are you looking for me? Give it to somebody. I can keep one with myself. Dr. Magid.
You've seen right the presentation?
This time.
No. I didn't, even last year I didn't.
Oh,
I
you're
did
not
not.
there.
Yeah.
So what are you looking for now?
No, to show you the presentations here. Yeah.
So all the presenters are there.
Yeah, the presentations are here. Presentation 2, succession 6, and you've got the program. Nyambi. Nyambi, yeah, Nyambi.
This is not. Nobody is here from this group. That is C.
Oh, that is, yeah.
6A.
Nyambi.
Yeah, that's okay. Is it on? You think we can start?
Yeah, I think we can start.
Okay, there is still a moment. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning. May I have your attention, please? Okay, we are about to start session 6A. The theme of this session is health promotion, advocacy, and health system strengthening. I'll be chairing this session and also facilitating this session. I'm standing in for Professor Mutelo, who has other things to do. My name is Rajesh Wagiri. I would like to know if all the presenters are here. By show of hands, Nyambi. Is Nyambi around? Okay, there. Oh, thank you. And Aiwali. Then Rakoko. Then I have Chiule. And Mukwevo. And finally Katla. Okay. Thank you so much. If the judges are ready, I can see them. And the timekeeper for the session. So without much delay, I would like to invite the first presenter, Nyambi. You may come forward. Give her a big hand. Thank you. Ms. Nyambi et al. Will be presenting on ethical issues faced by registered nurses at the selected public clinics of Mopani District, Limpopo Province, South Africa. Thank you so much. Go ahead. Next slide there. Okay.
Yeah, where to start? From here, no? Okay, slide. Morning, audience and colleagues. My name is Nyambi, as he said, from the University of Limpopo, doing masters in nursing science. Ethical issues faced by registered nurses at the selected public clinics of Mopani District in the Limpopo Province, South Africa. My introduction: registered nurses were guided by the standards and regulations set by the SANC, or South African Nation Council, ensuring high quality, safe and equitable health care. Their roles encompasses direct patient care, professional development, advocacy and system improvement, making them a cornerstone of the South African healthcare system. Registered nurses were crucial in delivering care but encounter unique ethical dilemmas that impact their professional responsibilities and patient outcome. Therefore, the researcher investigated the ethical issues faced by registered nurses in public clinics at Mopani District. Problem statement regarding it: registered nurses are at all times expected to observe and apply fundamental ethical principles. Their interaction with patients. However, the incident contrary to the application of ethical principles to the researcher. The respect of autonomy was violated by the registered nurses. Respect for privacy was not applied by the registered nurses. Research aim is to explore and describe ethical issues faced by registered nurses in the selected public clinics of Limpopo Province. Objectives: to explore and describe, or to explore the experience of the registered nurses on the ethical issues in the selected clinics of Limpopo District in Mopani Province. To describe the challenges encountered by registered nurses regarding the ethical issues in the selected clinics of Mopani District, Limpopo Province. Also, to promote recommendations to improve the application of nursing ethical principles in public clinics. Methodologies. The researcher used a qualitative method. The design was explorative, descriptive design. And the setting is the selected public clinics in Greater Guyana municipalities, where she uses registered nurses as a population. And then sampling is the non-probability sampling, where data was collected in 12 registered nurses between 25 to 60 years.
inclusion criteria is only registered nurses, those who are willing to participate. And then data collection instrument, semi-structured interview or face-to-face. In methodology, I think in the findings, I have 4 themes, but I will use only 2 themes due to time. So the first theme 1 is ethical issues experienced by registered nurses in the selected clinics, where there's a respect to human dignity, confidentiality, respect, and then the patient autonomy or informed consent. Well, for example, you have to obtain informed consent or a consent from a patient before doing a procedure. Justice is like you have to treat patients equally in all sides. It can be community, it can be the patients or anyone who need to be helped. Different ethical issues like Batupili principles. We have Batupili principles where it falls under ethical issues, where we have to redress, courtesy, information, and so forth. And then the other theme is theme 2, clinical challenges experienced by registered nurses in the selected clinics. The sub-theme is justice-related dilemmas like cultural and religious and equality issues. And then patient autonomy-related dilemmas where the registered nurse can take decision during patient care. Dilemmas related to respect for human dignity and non-beneficence, exposing patient to harm. There is an example of verbatim that I just do it, whereas my study is still ongoing. One of the professionals said, one of my junior nurses were immunizing on the wrong leg and the child's leg got swollen. The child was referred to the hospital and the child had to come here frequently for dressing until it got healed. I have learned that junior nurses need to be supervised at all times, avoid exposing patients to harm. The other one is justice, cultural sensitivity, where we have to respect the culture, the value, and the norms of the patients. While talking to the patient, I saw a wool on her neck, hands, and body. I wanted to know about it. The patient said it's her belief to that wool and the body, and she will lose her life when she removes it. The patient was very angry and shouted at me until she goes straight to the operational manager's office and report. Because we were exchanging the words, the way she was shouting at me, she used vulgar language to the registered nurses. Then the registered nurses have learned that as healthcare provider, we meet patients with different cultures and beliefs, backgrounds. It is important to respect their beliefs while still encouraging patients' hygiene. Example, and the last one, patients' autonomy-related dilemmas. I had the patient who wants medication that was given to someone else. When she comes there, she will be saying, give me antibiotic. If you don't give her, she will be shouting and yelling, which is not a good thing. And I'm supposed to keep quiet and know how to handle her. I've learned that not all patients will respond calmly when they don't get what they expect, and nurse must be patient and professional. Implications of the study. The study assisted the registered nurses in the following ways. The nurses become aware of ethical issues, use of principles, and then the registered nurse understand about the legislation which determine what was right or good. And then this might benefit the patients by receiving care, treated equally, fairly, with respect and dignity. My conclusion, the registered nurse must have a high level of respect for all individuals and allow dignity in respect to dealing in care and communication. It's important that patients' families are also treated with respect to their relationship to the patient. Registered nurses must understand the ethical and professional guidelines in communication and work with colleagues and patients. The recommendations is to respect patients' rights, ensure autonomy, informed consent, and dignity in care. Protect confidentiality, safeguard patient information and privacy. Promote well-being, act in patients' best interest and avoid harm. Maintain professionalism, uphold integrity and accountability and clear boundaries. Ensure fairness, provide equal, unbiased, and just care for all patients. Support end-of-life decisions, respect patient and family wishes with compassion. I thank you.
Thank you so much for that wonderful presentation. Any questions from the floor, colleagues? Professor?
Thanks very much for. Are you sabotaging me? Thanks very much for that good research. It's very crucial. Now, it's not poking into your research, but trying to find clarification. In terms of your research ethics, you have mentioned all the 5 correctly, but the justice one, it's confusing me because when I remember, it is distributive justice. And for you, you referred it to cultural, and I'm failing to find it. Now, let me give you an explanation of the distributive justice so that you can help me in your cultural. Now, in the distributive justice is in a case where you have 2 patients who requires an ICU or ventilation. There's a child and there's an elderly who is, the elderly is a relative to the premier, and all of them qualify for the ventilation, but you only have 1 ventilation, where now you have to choose who will get that ventilation. That is what distributive justice refers to. Now I see you'll have to help me explain, understanding the cultural one there. Thank you. Otherwise, the rest, I've been able to pick it up, and it was very relevant. Thank you.
Would you like to answer?
Okay. Thank you, Prof. Thank you for your, I think it's your question, and it's interesting. So I will look at it with my supervisor because my studies are still ongoing process. So I will do it. Thank you for that.
That's a honest answer. The best answer that you can give in this scenario. We have more questions.
Thank you for a wonderful presentation. It's on the recommendations. Who is supposed to implement the recommendations that you have put there on top?
I think the recommendations, it's also difficult still. I think we have, as a registered nurses, we have to ensure autonomy, we have to respect patients. So it's because as registered nurses, we are an engine. You can't drive the car without an engine. We are the one who we have to recommend, to protect patients by applying the recommendations to the patients. I don't know if you are answered.
Thank you. I see in conclusion you are saying registered nurses, in fact nurses should have respect for all individuals, which is good. But is it ethical for patients to take nurses' video and put them on TikTok and other social medias?
No, it is not ethical, but because we won't say no, because when they take videos, we are not aware of the patient taking us videos while we're working. So, but it's not ethical, it's unethical. Sometimes when we are aware that the patient is taking video, it's just to call the patient and explain that it's not allowed to take video. It's better for the patient to tell you if you made something wrong, then you correct it. You talk with the patient.
Okay, much. This actually tells me something, especially after the presentation from Professor Baker, informed about ethics, and there are lots of questions that are coming up relating to ethics. That's an influence of your presentation that was on the audience. Thank you so much, Ms. Can the next presenter come forward, please? Can I please invite Rakoko K? So the next presenter is Mr. Rakoko. He will be presenting his research. The title of the research is Factors Influencing the Sexual and Reproductive Risky Behavior Among Youth in Africa. It's a scoping review. Thank you. You may proceed.
All right. Good morning. My name is Karisora Jojo. Without the waste of time, I would say all protocol observed. The topic for today is factors influencing the sexual and reproductive risky behavior among youth in Africa. So this is basically a scoping review, my chapter 2 in my study. Okay, this is my presentation outline. Okay, sexual and reproductive health is a cornerstone overall well-being and development of, particularly during teenage, adolescence and young adulthood. So what I'm going to say is having to transition from teenage to adulthood is such a huge challenge for a lot of teenagers. So these challenges come with a lot of problems. So at some point they want to explore. So in this case of reproductive health, these particular young adults or youth, they somehow, while exploring, they engage in unprotected sexual activities. They tend to use contraceptions irregularly. Talk of the so-called morning after pills. This basically exposes them to a lot of diseases and reproductive health problems. Now, in the African context, we are not looking at this thing in a corner, in a vacuum. We are basically looking at this thing in various, that is caused by a lot of factors. We talk about socioeconomic factors, we talk about gender inequalities. So it's somehow problematic in Africa. That's why we decided to explore this study. So after having to give all those background, we as researchers, we decided to, okay, the aim of this scoping review is to basically critically map out the existing literature so as we, map out the existing literature and then scientific, systematical, and eventually synthesize the data, then make recommendations thereof. All right, next slide. Okay, we used a 5 to 6 steps of Archaea normally to deal with this thing. So the first one is identifying the research question. So the question is, what are the factors influencing the risky sexual and reproductive health behavior among youth in Africa? So basically the population in this scoping review is youth or young adults, and then the context is Africa. So we searched in various databases, but preferably within the time frame of 10 years. So having to search in this, we used keywords of the titles to search on these databases. Then on the third step, we used the application called Rian, myself and the supervisors, and then of course with the use of Prisma to narrow down the relevant articles. Then eventually, when charting the data on step 4, we ended up having 20 studies from SADC and Sub-Saharan Africa. Not to say that other studies from other parts of Africa are not included, but these ones were of our interest and then were fitting the, I would say, selection criteria. And then on the last step, collecting, summarizing, and reporting the results, we ended up having 4 themes and I think 10 themes. And then on those 20 studies, we had, I think, 10 quantitative, 9 qualitative, and then the last one was only one of mixed method. Now, we had 4 themes, as I spoke on the previous slide. The first one is educational and awareness factors. That has 2 themes, and then the theme 2 has got cultural, environment, and contextual factors, of which it has got 5 themes, and then theme 3, we've got socio-economic factors. It has only one theme, and then the last one, theme 4, is sexual behavioral risk factor. It has got 4 themes. Now, when we have to discuss these themes, theme 1, educational and awareness factors. This, as we're integrating the literature, it talks more of youth or young adults depending more on the issue of social media. Not to say that social media is not relevant, but in these cases we're discussing, we found out that the literature agrees that youth and young adults, they somehow dependent on social media such as TikTok and Facebook on the issues of health. So now, at some point, they tend to have to be sort of catfished. Somebody posts something that is not there, then they take them, and then they sort of human traffic them, then eventually they rape them. So it's on its own a risky sexual behavior. Now, theme 2, as we're discussing, it's called cultural, environmental, and contextual factors. Again, as we're integrating the literature, we found out that in African countries, they have sort of arranged marriages. They've got, somehow it's difficult for the young adults or youth to discuss reproductive matters with parents. And then having to have that, because they were not groomed or, I would say, advised at home, they tend to go outside and explore things. And then again, it's a problem on their reproductive health. And the third one is socioeconomic factors. In this case, we are not talking about poverty and unemployment, saying that automatically when somebody is not working, they are going to be at risk of this particular problem. But in this case, as we're integrating the literature with our results, we found out that they say youth, when they are unemployed, they somehow tend to go and do transactional sex, of which they get money for in exchange of sexual activities, and somehow they go and do prostitution and 1, 2, 3, 4. So on its own, it's a problem. It's a risky sexual behavior. And then the last one is sexual behavioral risk factor, of which this one talks more about the substance use and abuse, and then having to have multiple partners. So as we integrating the literature, we found out that having to use substance and also abuse, substance use or abuse, it predisposes the thinking capacity or thinking capability of this youth. Then eventually, again, on its own, it puts them in a huge risk behavior. Now, we've got few limitations because this study was conducted in African countries. We cannot basically generalize the findings in other countries. So, and then we only used the articles that are in English, not in other language. Okay, the World Health Organization recognizes this reproductive health as a critical point. So, having to have to explore this review, the findings revealed a complex interaction of educational, cultural, and socio-economic. The last one, behavioral influences. So as we were talking about SDGs yesterday, so in this case, talking about SDG 3, and then specifically SDG number 3.7, that talks about reproductive health. Now we have some few recommendations that we have made. We know that we have got health educations in the clinics. So we need to have a comprehensive sexual health education in both informal and informal settings that is age appropriate and cultural sensitive. And then the second recommendation that we are having is we must have a youth-friendly health services. Where I'm coming from in Northwest, we have got this thing called supermarket approach, whereby consulting room, everyone goes there. So in this case, we want specific consulting room that deals with reproductive health with a specialized person on that particular component. And then the last one, it talks about empowering families and communities to take active roles in supporting youth, because we remember we spoke about the problems that we had in cultural context, whereby it's difficult. We found out that it's difficult for the parents to negotiate or to talk about reproductive health because of issues of, they say it's disrespect to talk about reproductive health with adults. So that's why we need to empower the families. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for this. My mic is acting up. Colleagues, do you have any questions? This mic is inconsistent. Okay.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rakoko, for your insightful presentation. I just wanted to ask something, like when you're searching for the literature in those databases that you showed in your methodology section, when you ran your search string with the keywords and your Boolean operators, did you then also do a snowballing approach where you went and consulted maybe the bibliography or reference sections of those articles to check if there's anything that might have been missed in the search strings that you ran as you were collecting your literature? Thank you.
I'm not sure if I understood the question. Let me try to paraphrase. You said maybe you went to do snowballing in the databases. Okay.
When you do a scoping review or a systematic, when you
Yes, thank you very much for that question. Now I understand. Yes, Prof, we actually did that because in this topic is how difficult to get database. That's why we used Rian and Prisma. So we got these particular articles in some, because eventually he had 9. So we had to go, as you said, actually initially had 9 studies. So we went back to the reference bibliography list, that down there. We went to search for those studies. Then we ended up having this number of 20 articles. So that's what we did exactly. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. You know, in again Momali, it says 5 or 6 steps, the 2005 version, by the way. So, in this case, in our scoping review, after analyzing the steps, we found that in our own scoping review, we're going to end up in 5 because, in terms of consultation, it's not relevant in this particular study. Did I answer you, ma'am? All right.
Do you have some time for more questions? Two more minutes. Any more questions? There is a hand there.
No, this protect time the other presenters. All right, thank you very much. You know, with the supermarket approach, that's why I was saying this is the second chapter in my study. So the problem with supermarket approach, you tend to have a general nurse working in this particular consulting room. So in this case, we need, I would say, a specialized person to deal with this thing. So now, the recommendation to say the stigma might be attached to this particular recommendation. We are thinking, in our case, it's going to have, okay, stigma, yes, can be there, but it's going to have more benefits than having to have supermarket approach, having to have somebody with little knowledge about this particular, I would say, focus. So if you have somebody who's specialized in this thing, yes, stigma, it can be there, but you're going to have more positive outcomes, whereby this particular person of a specialized nurse of reproductive health, when they health educate these people they give this particular youth time to understand their reproductive health, to understand everything. So they will understand better. So as even stigma, the issues of stigma, they're going to discuss it in the same room. So they're going to have more time, unlike having to have a long queue of babies, hypertensive patients, antenatals and whatnot. So you just need to push line. So in this case, you're going to have more positive outcome than having to have negative outcomes.
I'm going to take the last question. Yes. Final.
Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We wanted to leave the stage as soon as possible. Can I invite the next speaker, Chiule? Please give her a big hand.
Just announce on the issue of the mics that we have been using the same.
Okay, a small announcement from my side is that we have challenges with the mics because we are using the same frequency for different venues, so there is a bit of an interruption there. So the next presenter is Ms. Chuvule. Her topic is about factors influencing menstrual hygiene, knowledge, attitudes, and practices among adolescent girls in African rural schools, a scoping review. Thank you. Proceed.
Good morning, colleagues. Esteemed guest and panelist, my name is Musoto Zenia Chivure, and I'm honored today to present my very first publication. It's a scoping review titled Factors Influencing Menstrual Hygiene, Knowledge, Attitude, and Practice Among Adolescent Girls in African Rural Schools. This is my presentation outline. I don't know if you can see on the screen. But anyways, my introduction. Menstrual hygiene is crucial for adolescent girls' physical, emotional, and social well-being. This has been identified by both WHO and UNICEF as a key driver for both gender equality and public health. So therefore, in 2024, they joined forces and released the Wash in Schools for Girls framework, which aligns with the Sustainable Development Goals, particularly 3, 4, 5, and 6. But despite this global efforts in sub-Saharan Africa, the situation is still neglected. Adolescent girls still faces cultural taboos, social economic effects that stigmatize menstruation, leading to shame and embarrassment. Therefore, there's a need for WASH improvement and cultural change to support safe menstrual management and girls' education in rural sub-Saharan Africa. A large proportion of rural schools lack proper WASH infrastructures. This therefore lead to adolescent girls using unhygienic materials such as rags, leaves, and newspapers. This leads to them getting increased risk of infection, leading them to be absent from schools and being underperforming as well. Therefore, there is the persistent challenges faced by adolescent girls in rural schools across Africa highlight the need for targeted, context-specific interventions that address both the structural and cultural barriers which are effective for menstrual hygiene management. The research aim explores the factors influencing menstrual hygiene menstrual hygiene knowledge, attitude, and practice among adolescent girls in rural schools. And also the research question states that there are key factors influencing menstrual hygiene, knowledge, attitude, and practice among adolescent girls in rural schools. So my design and method, I also used Oxy and O'Malley scoping literature review. I followed 5 steps. The first one, I identified the research question, which I mentioned previously. The second one, I identified the relative literature through electrical databases using your PubMed, your Google Scholar, Science Direct, and African Index. And then I selected eligible literature using a set criteria, which included quantitative studies that were published in English between the years 2014 to 2024. And then they have to also be coming from African rural schools. And then we then charted the findings in a table. Also, we used the Prisma and Ryan to also help us also with the charting of the data. And then after that, this is the Prisma that we used. In the beginning, we had 338 data bases. And then after deciphering the data, we only used 14. And from that, we found three main themes. The first one being the knowledge about menstrual hygiene in African rural schools. This revealed that many girls enter monarchy unprepared with little or unreliable information. The second one, which is menstrual hygiene practices, It showed that there's deeply rooted taboos and restricted cultural beliefs that stigmatize menstruation and isolating their ability to actually discuss about it properly. And then the last theme was research limitation and its impact on menstrual hygiene and management. This, we found out that there's limited access to affordable menstrual products coupled with poor wash infrastructures forces girls to use unsafe alternatives and avoid school during their periods. Conclusion, significant gaps in menstrual hygiene knowledge often due to unreliable information and lack of preparation for monarchy. Then there's a lack of privacy, clean water, disposal options in rural schools create barriers to effective menstrual management. Inadequate infrastructural support within schools exacerbate those challenges. There's an urgent need for comprehensive multi-sectoral interventions addressing menstrual hygiene management holistically, and then there's a lack of intervention, trials, and cultural tailored educational programs. The implications, government should prioritize menstrual hygiene management as a public health and educational issue. A comprehensive menstrual health education should be integrated into the school curriculum. Educators should also be trained for accurate, sensitive, and cultural approach education. And then policymakers should be allocated budgets for free subsidized menstrual products and improved wash facilities in rural schools. Limitations. The scoping review only focused solely on English peer-reviewed studies that were quantitative in nature, and then excluded qualitative mixed method, limiting the contextual and experimental insight. And then the potential publication bias may have been skewed due to the evidence towards formal or well-funded studies. And then the last one is that the review was not initially framed using KAP model, potentially constraining the clarity of it. And then my recommendation, I said that the future research should focus on designing, implementing, and assessing context-specific interventions. There's a need for research on policy implementation, cost-effectiveness of free sanitary products distribution, and integration of menstrual health into school curriculum. Those are my references, and I would like to also acknowledge my department, my supervisors, and everyone that helped me with the publication. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the insightful presentation. Colleagues, any questions from the floor?
Prof. Yes, my question. Okay. Consistently with your menstrual hygiene awareness among adolescents, that specific recommendation that you would wish to see this kind of in the schools, do you have in mind specific grades as in foundation phase, intermediate phase, FET, just for consistency? Thanks.
I would love for the menstrual health and hygiene education to start in primary schools before they actually start menstruating, so that they're actually ready for it and prepared for it when they actually start menstruating.
Thank you very much for the very insightful presentation. I heard you mention that you used Google Scholar as one of the databases to search for your literature. So I just want to understand, how did you handle the issue of bubble effect?
Ooh, if I knew what bubble effect is.
Okay. It's that, you know, when you constantly on Google or Google Scholar, it creates like a personal algorithm that it identifies the keywords, the literature that you normally search. So the next time you come and search for literature, it would normally just bring what you usually search instead of what is out there. So that's bubble effect. Yes. I can tell that maybe you were not aware of it. So one way of eliminating that factor is by logging out of your Google Scholar account. So you are now searching as an anonymous new user. So it does not have any history of your searches, so it doesn't bring in what you normally search. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the insight. I will totally use that for my dissertation as well. Any other questions?
Thank you so much. That was a wonderful presentation. Mine's not a question, so you can relax. So it's more of a comment. I work in psychiatry, and a lot of the time we find that in the female patients who have the depression, they grew up with some kind of personal problem in terms of the poverty, and then they couldn't go to school because they didn't have pads, and then when they were in school, sometimes they'd have to come out because of pain, like menstrual dysmenorrhea, and those kind of things carry into, if we don't cover them or we don't attend to them now in childhood, like your study is saying, they develop these psych conditions as adults and as old women, and then you've got a 55-year-old who has trauma from not going to school because of she didn't have pads. So I really, really loved your research, and I'm grateful for it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Any further questions? Professor?
Thank you. It's questions from my side because I'm in reproductive health of women as my specialty. Two. One, what do you think the best to deal with this? Will it be the school or the parents being educated on this menstrual health? The second one is, I see you have raised the issue of context. And that's what I wanted to ask you about the results which you, in which context when you look at the SADC, do you think the results there are more to us in South Africa, or is it more to upper areas? I'm saying this because we have heard and we have seen and we have also witnessed menstrual health being taken as one of the issues to attend to in our villages, and there's been a number of NGOs spring up, some of them even are trying to give out or donating the pads and all this. Sometimes I was even querying whether the studies was relevant to us or more relevant to other areas. I might be prejudiced because I've been to other, I've traveled the whole country and even to other countries, and I see your findings are relevant, but they may not be relevant to us. It's up to you to can tell us where's the area, the context. Did you look at it in your scoping that?
The context, which is Africa as a whole.
Yeah.
Yes, I think it really does relate to us. I feel like I work at a clinic, and it surprises me how adolescent girls, at the age of 14, a girl doesn't know what menstruating is, even in her own home language, you know? And then to answer your first question, I feel like educating parents, I feel like we're already too late now. That's why it's important that we start when they're still young. That's why I'm saying that we need to introduce menstrual hygiene management in schools, so that for the future generation that we also eliminate those issues that we are facing right now. Does that answer your question?
going.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so-
starting from young, we're going. And parents as well. Yes. Prof.
Okay, unfortunately, the time is not on our side.
Thank you so much.
I would like to invite the next presenter, Mukwewo T. So we're slightly moving away from nursing-related projects to optometry-related project. Her research is on eye safety practices and knowledge of occupational hazards among workers in selected quarry mines in Limpopo province, South Africa. Thank you so much. So the timekeeper is there. We'll check the timekeeper. Right?
Good morning, everyone. I'm Ms. Mukweweti, and I'll be presenting under the topic eye safety practices and knowledge of occupational hazard among workers in selected quarry mines in South Africa, in Limpopo province, South Africa. So eye safety is a very crucial part in mining industry because of the hazardous nature of the quarry mine, or because of the nature of the mine itself. Miners are exposed to various temperatures. They are exposed to dust particles from drilling and blasting and processing of the quarrying, and as well as UV radiation. And then non-compliance with the PPE will result to increased visual impairments, injuries, and fatal health. And then the availability of PPE in the mine, as well as availability of education on how they can protect themselves from the hazards, can significantly reduce the occurrence of the injuries. And then the problem statement, researcher was exposed to one of the quarry mining companies, and then she observed the non-compliance with the PPE, and then this non-compliance can lead to visual impairment, which can lead to retrenchment, because some of these workers will be declared unfit to participate to their activities, which will then affect them psychologically and socially. And then it does not only affect the worker, it also affects the mining company, because there will be reduction in the production of the company in terms of sidelining the affected worker for months and weeks, depending on the severity of the injury. And then the mine company will also be expected to pay the compensation fees, as well as medication fees for the affected worker. And then there's a gap in the literature, wherein we have few studies that are focusing on eye safety in South Africa. So the purpose of the study was to determine the eye safety practices and knowledge of occupational hazards among workers in the selected quarry mine. And the objective was to determine level of eye safety, as well as to investigate the knowledge of quarry mining related eye diseases and injuries among the mine workers. And then the significance of the study benefited the mine workers, because they were able to be diagnosed with the visual or the ocular health problems that they had, and they were referred to local clinics and hospitals. And then others were given prescription to purchase medications. And then it will also benefit the professional, because it was reported in 2023 that out of 4,000 optometrists that were registered, only one optometrist was practicing industrial optometry. And with methodology, it was cross-sectional quantitative method, and then research setting was selected quarry mine. The one of the mine is here in Polokwane and the other one is in Los Richard. Unfortunately, I cannot disclose the names of the mining companies. And then the study population was 133 workers, and sample size was estimated to 92 participants, and the sampling method was purposive. And then with inclusion, we included all the mine in the selected quarry mine and excluded those that were on leave or those that were not accessible due to the work commitments. And questionnaire was used to collect data, which was adapted from the other studies, and pilot study was used where 10 users were included in the pilot study, and then their results were not included in the main study. And ethical was sought from the TREC, and it was obtained on the 20th of May 2024, and then gatekeeper permission was also sought, as well as the Hensky principle was observed during the collection of data. We had 120 males and 10 females. This might be because in South Africa, only males were allowed to work in the mines back in the days, and due to due to stamina and strength that are needed to carry out the mining activities. And age range was ranging from 18 to 65, which is also supported by the labor laws in South Africa. With the awareness, everyone reported that they are aware of the hazard around the mining company, and then they are not aware or they do not have knowledge when it comes to ocular diseases. They are only aware of the hazards around the mine. And 12 participants did not use PPE. This include the cleaners and those people that are working in admin. They were not using the PPE. And then the 3% have experienced ocular injuries in the past year, and even though it looks small, but then it affects their quality of life. And this could be because of this mining company is highly mechanized. They do not do the work manually. And then 32% of the participants reported sensation, watery by 24%, itchiness, though it was also reported, and other 22% report other symptoms such as red eyes, tired eyes, and others. They reported that 60% reported that they use PPEs all the time, and then others they reported that they use sometimes, and then others they reported that they did not use the PPE at all. And those that reported sometimes and never, they said the reasons were the lack of knowledge. You'll find out that others were working, they only use PPE only when they are conducting their activities, maybe in the pit only, and when they are working around the mine, they do not use PPE. For example, the use of safety goggles, even though there's dust particles all over, they are exposed to UV radiation, but still they do not use PPE because they didn't know. And then the other reason was the PPE not being available to them. They reported that the mining company only supply the PPEs once in the beginning of the year, and then if maybe they lose their PPE or it gets damaged, then they do not use their PPE. And then others, they reported that to them it is not important to use PPE, maybe because they've been carrying out their activities without any problems, even though they were not using the PPEs. And with others, they also reported that, for example, the use of safety goggles, they scratch with time and then they stop using them because they cannot see clearly. There was a significant relationship between age and awareness of safety measures. With the young ones before 30s or early 40s, they were not complying with the use of PPE, and again, level of education. Those with higher education, they were complying with level of of usage of PPEs, and those with low level of educations, they were not complying. And then the use of PPE, again, there was a significance with socio-demographic characteristics, and also the experience and use of PPE. Those who have been there for a long were using their PPE as compared to those who have just maybe started working. And then minimal incidences of ocular injuries was there, but then it also, like I said, it also affects the quality of life, which is worrying as well. So when we compare the injuries here in South Africa as compared to other African countries, like I said, like I adapted my questionnaire from the study that was conducted in Kenya and the other one in Nigeria. We had low incidences of occupational injuries or ocular injuries. I think this could be because of the education level that we have in South Africa as compared to other countries, the resources that we have here in South Africa as compared to other countries. And when it comes to age, we had 18 to 65 because of the labor laws that we have in South Africa. And then those who had higher education, it also means that they could afford, or they were having higher income as compared to those with lower levels of education. And then they could afford to buy their own PPEs that was not offered by the mining company. And with social demographics, females were the ones that were using more compliant as compared to males. And then with experience, maybe the ones with higher level of experience were complying. Maybe could be because of they've learned from the mistakes that they did previously. And then, like I said, we had everyone reported that they are aware of the occupational hazards, but then they did not know of anything about ocular diseases that they are exposed to due to their working environment. And that knowledge gap can limit the effectiveness of preventative practices. They say if you know better, you can do better. And with recommendation, I recommended involvement of all the concerned parties to these health and safety practices. So the mining company itself must provide the PPEs. And these are my study limitations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mukwebo, for this presentation. Colleagues, do you have any questions? Okay, I'll Mr. Balav. Yeah, I think.
Thank you for the wonderful presentation. My question is just, what do you think the role that PPE usage training can play in the quarry mining?
The what, sorry?
The role that PPE, proper usage of PPE, in terms of training workers, in terms of using PPE appropriately, what kind of a role it can play in the quarry mining? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for your question. Like I said, with the proper usage of PPE, then there'll be reduction in terms of the injuries that they experience. If they can use their PPE properly and they know when to use the PPE. And it's not only about the usage of PPE. If they might know that the importance of using PPE, but then if they do not have the PPE, then it will be a problem as well. So we need both knowledge and availability of the PPE.
Okay, thank you. Mine is almost similar to what? Oh, thank you very much for that first. Yeah, it's a really a big challenge when it comes to occupational health. My question is, it goes with what he just said. It's with related to now the hierarchy of control when it comes to safety, occupational safety. You recommended that there should be a use of PPE. But my question is, you provide PPE, what in terms of administration, that level, in terms of hierarchy of control? Because there is that, before you even opt for PPE, then you also need to look into admin issues. Did you consider that as you were busy with the study?
Okay, thank you so much. With the hierarchy, I think it all starts from the government. So there are laws and regulations and acts that protect the employers, the mine employers. Then it will come to mining, to the company, to the mining company, right? So they are the ones that should provide the PPE. And I think all the registered workers should be provided with the PPE, if maybe I get your question when it comes to admin. I think all their workers should be provided with the PPE.
Thank you very much. My question, I'm just going to simplify what my colleague has asked you. Were these mining companies registered and authorized by the Department of Labor, and inspections, regular inspections which supposed to happen to this mining company, that they still comply according to what it's requested, or they are supposed, so that they are fit and proper to continue with their mining? That's the administration. When you get in there, did you check that these mining companies have received the authorized certificates and they were complying to the Department of Labor, and there was even a regular visit to ensure that they remain compliant in terms of that? Because even if the workers can have knowledge and all this, if the company is not complying, that's what I want to know. It's so scary what you presented. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Prof, for your question. So I did ask the management and as well as the workers. Now I can see that we have people, okay, like myself, when I visited the mine, they didn't have extra PPE. They had to borrow me someone's helmet. So I had to buy myself PPE. But then when I asked them, they said that I think department should do surprise visits, because they tell them in time, or will come around this time, then they make those preparations to look like they are complying. And in other cases, even if they see something, they'll just give them warnings. There's no those warnings, there's no those harsh punishments towards the company that are not complying.
Okay. Thanks, Dr. Wagiri. Mine is just a comment to say my perception about, or my view about what you said, that in terms of injuries, other countries have got lesser injuries. My view on that is that it might not necessarily be the actual case. I'm of the view that we are more structured and maybe better regulated, and hence we report more as compared to those. That's just my view on it. And also I would have liked a case wherein you also look at the quality of the PPEs, because remember, in terms of these companies, for them it's just a cost-cutting measure sometimes. So they don't necessarily look at the quality of the PPE. So that would have been also nicer to look at in terms of that. More so that, remember, also from the optometry perspective, it's not only about protection, it's also about other things such as, are they breathable? Do you protect the eye? Can the eye receive adequate oxygen and a few other things. And also you should bear in mind that only one study has been reported so far, or in the past 5 or 10 years, and it wasn't even in mining, but rather somewhere else in welding also. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Morning. These mines and all. Okay, let's stick to the mines. They have this file that they keep called a check file. I don't know if you were able to see it, which has got safety protocols. Were you able to access it?
No, like I said I couldn't even, like now I cannot even disclose the name of the company, right? So they were so protective to their files and everything, because they were so scared that maybe I'll expose the things that they're doing that are not compliant to the regulations. So it was not easy. I couldn't even ask for those files.
Thank you so much. Oh. Okay, the reason why I allowed the last two comments and last two questions was because they were optometrists. I wanted to hear from them. What did they say about that?
Yes, and again to answer Dr. Nkwana, when it comes to optometry side, the PPE that we have or the safety goggles that we have now, they do not have fixed tint, and then they are forever exposed to the sun. So I think we should have PPEs that have fixed tint on them. And then another thing, we have got people that have got poor vision. So if we can get PPEs or safety goggles with their prescription on, it will really, really improve their abilities or how they carry out their activities at their work.
Okay, thank you so much. I would like to invite the last presenter. It's M.N. Katla. Her study is about male learner nurses' perceptions of the nursing profession, a study at a selected nursing education institution in Limpopo Province, South Africa. Thank you. Please look at the timekeeper.
Good day, colleagues. My name is Dr. Katla from the nursing department. My topic is male learner nurses' perception of the nursing profession, which was conducted at a selected nursing institution in South Africa. My introduction is that it takes balls to be a male nurse. What does it mean? It means that if you are a male nurse, you may experience the stigma, and also it will take courage, it will take pride and determination in order for you to can break all the stereotypes that are being leveled against the male nurses. The background is that according to the World Health Organization, nursing is the autonomous and collaborative care of people in a variety of settings, which highlight all the encompassing care, which include research, advocacy, and education. So historically, men have been taken care of others, especially in religious and military contexts. But social attitudes shifted in the 19th century. We know the story of Florence Nightingale, where nursing was associated with femininity, and men were increasingly seen as unsuited for the profession. So the nursing profession was historically perceived as a female-dominant profession. And then the perception was influenced by the personal experiences, the cultural norms, and also the gender expectations, whereby nursing was dominated mainly by women, and men historically were contributing to the field and do so. So male nurses were either non-existent or extremely underrepresented in clinical units, especially in departments such as labor ward in the maternity sections. So some of the factors are stereotyped can be found in textbook, where you find that they referred men as she. And then also it lists that historically most men in the nursing profession as he-men or troublemakers, or maybe they may also be labeled as gays or labeled as effeminate. So the purpose of the study was to investigate the male nurses' perception on the nursing profession. So this is just that we should stop having the stereotypes against male nurses. Our aim was to explore and describe the perception of male nurses towards the nursing profession. And then our objectives, we wanted to explore more on male nurses' perception and experiences of the nursing profession, and also to identify the challenges and barriers faced by male nurses within the nursing profession. And also we want to investigate how gender stereotype and societal attitude influence male nurses professionally, and to determine, do they have the support system and also the strategies that can enhance the learner nurses' experience so that we should be able to retain them in our profession. So our research question was also, how do male nurses perceive and experience the nursing profession, the challenges and their barriers, and also their stereotypes, and also the societal attitudes towards the male nurses joining a female-dominant profession, and any support structures that are available. So the methodology that was used, we used a qualitative, descriptive, and exploratory design, whereby a purposive sampling was used on the male student, those who were registered for the regulation of 174 program for 2024 academic year. So for collection of data, we used a semi-structured interview, whereby we use face-to-face interview and also in a focal group. So the results were as follows. Firstly, the first theme that was found after collection of data, it was found that there was a stigma and stereotypes towards male nurses, especially in the wards, whereby male nursing will face gender-based stigma, often labeled as gay. You as male nurses, if you are engaged in this female dominant profession, is just because you are gay. And also nursing was perceived as a feminine profession, which also contributed to a professional stigma. The other thing was that professional identity and autonomy, whereby male nurses were feeling more uncomfortable wearing traditional nursing attire, because that was affecting their identity and their expressions. And also, nursing as a caring profession was challenged by traditional masculine norms. And then the other thing was that patient care and interaction, we found that male nursing students experience discomfort, especially when performing procedures on female patients, especially during labor and other procedures that include maybe the biological issues of females. And then patients sometimes express gender-based preferences influencing male nurses' experience. You find that in labor ward, the patient may also indicate that I would prefer for me to be delivered by a female nurse, unlike the male nurses. And the other thing was that there was a career motivation and aspiration, whereby the job security and stability motivates the career choice. You find that they don't feel stable, or maybe they don't feel that they are more secured in this profession. And also the personal interest and passions are also drive male nursing student career choices. And then, so For discussion, it was found that male nursing students encounter stereotypes and biases due to the persistent feminization of nursing, and also labeled as homosexual or gays, which affect negatively to their self-perception and professional identity. You find that they will say that the societal expectation in media portrays further reinforcement of female-dominated field, and then also the stigma and the ridicule that is happening, especially because you know that we as professional nurses, we are being called sisters. Imagine when they call a man a sister. So that also was also a challenge, and also the personal experiences whereby a participant noted that there were lack of many female male leaders in both education and practices, which weakens the recruitment of the profession. And then the significance of the studies that the academic significance, this can add more on the body of knowledge whereby they should consider gender when recruiting the males on these professions. And also for the professional, the practical ones, I think there should be awarenesses of these issues, that because it will inform the development of support structure, mentorship program, and also inclusive of teaching strategies that can sense the belongs, that the male should feel that we are belonging to this to this profession. And also for the application of the research in nursing education, we should develop the curriculums that should include mentorship program for the male nurses, and also the environment should be conducive for the males to join this female dominant profession, so that we should overcome the stigma and strengthen the professional identity of our males in our profession. And also on the healthcare practice, we should implement the workmen policies that ensure fair task allocation and promote gender diversity in leadership, and run awarenesses to campaign to normalize men in nursing, so that men are also health professionals. And also for the policies, we should have a guide that gender-sensitive recruitment strategies that should address all those systematic barriers to male participation. In conclusion, we should challenge stereotypes, so that we should by strengthening mentorship and promote equitable opportunities for the nursing profession, so that we should be able to move towards a more balanced and inclusive workshop, including men in nursing. And also such transformation will not only improve the experience of male nurses, but also it will enhance the profession's ability to deliver a comprehensive, patient-centered care to diverse population. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Butler. Thank you for the present. Colleagues, do you have any questions?
Dr. Khatla, thank you for this very intriguing presentation. I'm just interested in terms of the ethical consideration for fair participant selection. Did you make your team of respondents homogeneous? Only one type of men? Was it only one category of men who were in the sample? Or did you mix both straight and so-called gay men? And were the responses not different? I'm just trying to say, did you try and problematize the study further? Although, of course, it should have boundaries. You cannot solve all the problems of the world with one study. I was just thinking, fair participant selection, did men of all walks of life constitute the sample? And how similar or different were the responses as they responded to inform your findings after analyzing the data? Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof, for the question. We included the learner male nurses from level 1 up to level 4, which also include those who are gays or those who are gays and bisexuals. Yeah, we included all those. As long as you were a male learner student, we include all those were included in the study. But for the other categories like the female nurses, no, we didn't include. We only included those who were registered from 1st level up to 4th level. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Khatla, for such an insightful and needed study. Mine is just out of curiosity. Did the participants somehow talk about the male gynecologists and obstetricians, or they were just talking about themselves? Did they mention anything comparing themselves to them?
I don't know whether I have understood your question very well. Do you mean, did they include their male biological? I didn't really get to your question. Can you clarify?
Okay, in their response to the problems that they are facing, did somehow mention or discuss something related to male gynecologists and obstetricians, or there was nothing?
Okay, all right, I get you now. No, they were just concentrating on them as learner nurses in the practica, what they are experiencing within the institutions. They didn't include the obstetrician or the gynecologist. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Khatla. Dr. Khatla, for such an interesting study. I just need more clarity on one of your recommendations, specifically under nursing education, where it is highlighted that we need to develop an inclusive curricula. I'm just asking myself, is this curricula for the nursing student or for the community or for the high school student? Whom are we addressing here?
Okay, thank you very much, Doctor. Here, I think we should, when we draft curriculum, we should also include, isn't it, before, in 1st level is whereby we are talking about the history of nursing. So in our curriculum, we should also include that in our profession, though it was initiated by things like Florence Nightingale, we should also consider that the males also, the male also are being considered to join our profession as one of our workforces in our profession. Don't know whether I've answered you. Isn't it when we teach them in 1st level, we teach them about the history. So we should also include that in this, although it was initiated by Florence Nightingale, the male are also considered as nurses.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. According to the program, there is one more presentation, but I do not see the presenter. Is there anyone? Did you come late by mistake? Not here? Okay, thank you. So this concludes this session. I would like to thank you all again for your participation, for your attention and support towards the presenters. I thank you. See you around. And Ms. Rabodipa will take over the next session. Thank you. You can give me a big hand. One more time.
Yo.
So 7, eh? 7, yes. 7, 8.
It's only 3.
Yeah, 3. So who are you looking for? Let's check it there.
Good afternoon, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm standing on the protocol of Dr. Nkwana and also Dr. Vagiri. Thank you so much for holding. Okay. It's fine. Okay. Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Vagiri. You did a very good job. Hopefully, I'll be able to keep up with the energy. For this session, session 7A, the theme is substance abuse and gender-based violence. Show of hands, can I see the presenters? And I hope all the presenters, their presentations are here. Do we only have one? So we have Sibui, Kaleni, hopefully the spelling is correct. Siakamela KP, Mamukeyani, Chitangano. Are they all here? Okay, no, it's fine. So I will call upon the first presenter, who is Siakamela KP. Siakamela is going to present on the prevalence and determinants of polypharmacy and related intervention in sub-Saharan Africa, a review and meta-analysis of proportions. Over to you, Mr. Siakamela. Thank you.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kagiso Siakamela, as I've been mentioned. I'll be presenting a study titled Prevalence and Determinant of Polypharmacy and Related Interventions in Sub-Saharan Africa. This was a review and a meta-analysis of proportions. For those that know me, know that I am not in the field of pharmacy, but I'm working on a project on multimorbidity, and polypharmacy keeps on popping up as a huge determinant. Hence, we started the study. The rise in prevalence of multimorbidity globally, which may increase the likelihood of polypharmacy. According to the World Health Organization, polypharmacy is defined as the use of multiple medications simultaneously, including over-the-counter medications. There is an increased likelihood of adverse drug events in polypharmacy in the form of drug-to-drug interactions or drug-disease interactions. Burdened with multiple medications, patients tend to take the medication inconsistently, which leads to the worsening of chronic disease and subsequent hospitalization. There is limited literature that reported the determinants and related interventions in the management of polypharmacy in South Africa. As polypharmacy becomes increasingly common worldwide, efforts to clarify its determinants and implement strategies to prevent and improve management are critical to reduce strain on the health system. Therefore, this scoping review was conducted to systematically identify and review existing literature on prevalence determinants of polypharmacy, as well as related interventions in sub-Saharan Africa. So the search strategy and study selection, the review team systematically searched Google Scholar, Science Direct, Medline, and Cochrane Library from the beginning of time until 2025, using individualized search strategies prepared for each database. For data extraction, we created a standardized data extraction which was based in Excel. We piloted it and modified it for our review. For quality assessment, we assessed the bias and quality of the included studies using the Newcastle OTA scales from cross-sectional, cohort, and case control studies. These tools consist of 7 to 8 domains depending on the type of the study design. Each domain is rated low, unclear risk, and high risk. The included studies data were summarized in frequency tables and analyzed using the MetaHAN. Meta-analysis were performed using random effect models using inverse variance weighting. Meta-analysis was used to estimate the pooled prevalence of polypharmacy, and 95% confidence intervals were also reported. Heterogeneity was determined using the I-squared statistic and categorized as low, moderate, and high. If the significant heterogeneity was suspected, a further analysis was done, including subgroups, and this was conducted to explore potential sources of heterogeneity. The meta-regression analysis was used to assess the association between polypharmacy and polypharmacy prevalence and publication year. Subgroups analysis was performed using either the mean of the study population or the mean age of the study population, depending on which measure of age was reported in individual studies. Publication bias was assessed for the prevalence of polypharmacy using funnel plots and EGAS test. This shows how we managed the included studies up until we had the studies that we included in the meta-analysis. This is showing a distribution of the studies that are included in Africa. This is a bubble plot of prevalences and sample sizes. This is what you're looking at is the publication years, as well as the sample sizes of the studies that we included in the analysis. This is a forest plot of polypharmacy prevalence in sub-Saharan Africa. We have the studies that we have included, and the prevalence was 75%. We then divided the prevalence by regions, where in Southern Africa, we found a 40% prevalence of polypharmacy. In East Africa, we found a 64% prevalence of polypharmacy. In West Africa, we found, I think it's 88. Can't see clearly from where I'm at. And this is a forest plot of polypharmacy prevalence in Southern Africa, which is in A. And B is the forest plot of polypharmacy prevalence in East Africa. And C is the forest plot of polypharmacy prevalence in West Africa. And D is the forest plot of polypharmacy prevalence in Sub-Saharan Africa, which is the overall. What you're looking at now is the patterns of determinants. I will take your focus to this part, which is a combination of family history, BMI abnormalities, as well as age. And the biggest pattern, which is an individual pattern, which is multimorbidity. What you're looking at now is the patterns of interventions that have been reported in these studies. We'll take your focus to rational prescribing, which is a standalone intervention that was suggested, followed by the multimorbidity focus and educating healthcare professionals as the main standalone pattern of interventions, together with the pharmaceutical care combined with rational prescribing. This review aimed to determine the prevalence, determinants, and related interventions of polypharmacy. In sub-Saharan Africa, the combined prevalence of polypharmacy was 75%. The highest pooled prevalence was 88, which was found in East Africa, followed by West Africa, which is 64, and Southern Africa, which is 40%. Differences in polypharmacy prevalence may result from various variations in healthcare systems efficiency, with East Africa potentially experiencing less coordinated care. Polypharmacy was associated with socioeconomic and demographic determinants, which included being married, unemployed, old age, low educational level, urban residency, and modifiable risk factors like physical inactivity, obesity, alcohol consumption, and smoking. In conclusion, polypharmacy was accompanied by multimorbidity or long-term chronic conditions with potential implications for adverse drug events and medication non-adherence, increased healthcare costs, and poor quality of life. Based on the findings of the review, there is an urgent need for coordinated patient-centered interventions, developing region-specific prescribing guidelines, promoting healthy lifestyles, improving health literacy, and strengthening primary healthcare systems through integrated records and multidisciplinary care. I would like to acknowledge the organizations that I have projected there. That brings the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sakamela. We have 5 minutes for questions. Raise of hand. Just show. Can you show us? Are there any questions to Mr. Sakamela? We need to ask him questions because he's been rated. Sure. Okay, one question from me.
Yes.
It's how did you determine the quality of the studies that you have included in this review?
So the quality, we only assessed the bias. Is that what?
Okay.
Yes.
So how sure are we that the results that we are getting are a true reflection, except for the bias? Because I think there are tools that you can use to determine each and every paper.
Yes. No, we did not assess that. I guess that will be the limitation of the study.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Any other question? That was just a breaker, by the way. Okay. In terms of language,
yes,
Sub-Saharan Africa, English is not the only language. So how did you deal with information from those non-English speaking population?
We did not include them in the study.
Okay. Yes.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. I think it will be, my question will be a follow-up from what Ma'am Rabudiba has asked. Now I'm asking myself, what were the inclusion and exclusion criteria for the studies that you have involved, the literature that you have involved in your studies? Because you said you did not look at the quality of those literature. So what are those that you have included in your study and excluded?
So we have to, the list of inclusion and exclusion for this presentation, I have excluded that part, which maybe this is a limitation for my own presentation, but we have included studies that were written in English and published within the period. We included all the studies that were published and talking about polypharmacy, and I can wrap the list from the top of my head at this point, but maybe we can engage it later. But I know it is there in the paper, but I don't see my co-authors here. They could be chipping in some of these questions, so my apologies.
Okay, how much time do you have? A minute. Okay, in the absence of questions, can we give him a round of applause? Thank you so much, Professor Kamelo. Next speaker. Mr. Sakamelo, you left your presentation hanging here. Mr. Maringa, where are you? The next presenter is Mamu Keyane. Please, a round of applause to Mamu Keyane, who will be presenting on the interpersonal factors associated with I was reading from the slide. The interpersonal factors associated with substance use among rural high school learners in Limpopo Province, South Africa. Let's give him the courage as he continues with the presentation. Thank you.
Afternoon, dear colleagues. Is it afternoon yet? I'm looking at the interpersonal factors associated with substance use among high school learners. In this project, I was supervised by Dr. T.J. Mashamba and Dr. T.S. Neshapapame. So, as we know that substance use among high school learners is a big problem. It's a huge public health concern these days because, allow me to call them school kids, because school kids today, they're using a lot of substances, and it is becoming a huge problem for the schools and the communities. So it affects them in various ways. It affects their health, it affects their education, their educational achievement, their academic achievement, and it also presents more social challenges to them. Now, it became as a problem as a social worker working in the community. The nearest high school would always come to me and say, or to come to social worker's office and say, please help us, these kids are into drugs these days. They are no longer focusing, they're disruptive. We've caught a lot of them smoking, we've caught a lot of them drinking during lesson or outside the school. Sometimes they go out of the school and then they go and buy cigarettes and then they bring them along during the classes, during lessons. So come and help us and talk to these learners. Now, I've looked at it and say, yes, we have been assisting the schools. We have been assisting them, in terms of rendering the awareness campaigns, in showing the learners that using substances has this type of effects, your health and other types of consequences, but the problem persists. Therefore, what is it that we are not finding out in terms of the causes, in terms of the risk factors? What is it that we're missing out? Because no matter how much how much information we give them, they still continue to use substances. So that kind of motivated my PhD study into developing a program, a substance use prevention program that will deal with this type of problem. So the aim of that PhD study in public health was to develop that school-based substance use prevention program. It was a mixed method study, but I'm only going to focus on the qualitative part of it. So the objective was just to explore the risk factors. What is it that we're missing out in trying to find out why this keeps happening? Because now, no matter how we give the information, they still continue to do it. As I said, it was the overall study, it was a mixed method study, but then I looked at the qualitative part, where I sampled learners from seven nearest high schools. With these learners were class reps, so I've sampled them purposively in believing that they would give me the information that I will need in trying to understand the causative factors, the risk factors, underlying the motivation to continue using the substances. And then I used the same structured interview to collect data from the learners. And then data was analyzed through thematic analysis. Now I cannot leave out the theoretical framework that underpinned the study, with the socio-economic model, because it has 5 constructs. These 5 constructs are the individual, the interpersonal, the institutional, the community, and the public policy. So these 5 constructs, they have the risk factors and the protective factors in each of the level. So this theoretical framework guided the development of the data collection tools. It will help me channel the questions in each and every construct. There were questions that were related to the individual level of influence, questions that were related to the interpersonal, questions that were related to the institutional or the school setting, and the community, as well as the policy. So the results of the overall qualitative analysis in each and every construct were the following. But because now I'm focusing on the paper that I'm presenting, I've decided to focus on the interpersonal level of influence. So in this interpersonal level of influence, I found that there were a range of family problems that push learners to continue using substances. We're talking domestic violence, parental conflict, We're talking parental non-supervision or less supervision. We're talking about child abuse. We're talking about family exposure, family influence, where adults in the family would smoke or drink in front of the children, and then they'll develop a curiosity. They'll develop a desire to want to explore, to want to use. So now, all these family problems, family influence, and also not to forget peer pressure, also is another major contributory factor. And in terms of peer pressure, I've discovered that it has to do with low self-esteem, because while they use substances, they are trying to appease their friends. They want their friends to make them happy so that they feel accepted and valued within that particular group or within that particular relationship. Because if they decide not to drink or not to smoke, they'll be regarded as fools or unwise, or they'll be called out names, or Khalifa and all those kind of things. So in order to be accepted, to feel okay, to feel like there's somebody else, they'll find themselves doing it. And as they do it, they are oblivious to the consequences and the risks that they place themselves in. So what can we say? This is a big problem because academic achievement is being compromised, and the mental health of learners is at stake, even of teachers, because they have to deal with this lot of disruptive learners during the lessons. So I would recommend that as part of my study, I've developed a school-based substance use program, which will give a specific focus to these areas. So instead of only the awareness campaigns, because the awareness campaigns, they only touch on the roof. So we need something that is not superficial, but is really, really deep, that can really attack these risk factors. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Mamkelani, we have 5 minutes for questions. Okay. Let's start there with Dr. Sumani.
Thank you, Mr. Mamukeyani, for such a wonderful presentation. I just want to ask maybe the reason for, the first question is, can you elaborate on the reason for selecting only the class reps? Number 2, with regards to the results, I was not sure what you are presenting, whether it was one theme under interpersonally or were different themes there, because it was not clear which one was the theme, which was the sub-theme. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Doc. Thank you. Remember, a school is a big organization and a lot of learners. You can find each school having 1,000 learners. So it was not going to be easy to, select learners in that way, so randomly. So I've said, all right, let me come up with a criteria, because someone who's a class rep maybe would have a lot of information, being in the position that they are in. They would observe, others is through experience, others is through observation. So they would have acquired a lot of information that is going to be representative to the whole population. That's how I thought about it. And then on the results, is it showing? It's not showing. Okay, on the results, the themes are the individual risk factors. For example, it is the first theme. I don't know if you can manage to maybe try to indicate so that we can see.
You can talk well.
Okay. Yeah, the themes are 6 themes: the individual risk factors, the interpersonal risk factors, the school or institutional risk factors, community, like that. So these themes, these are the major themes. So in each themes there are sub-themes, which are the findings. Now, I'm only addressing one theme, the interpersonal. Yes. And I've written a paper on this, only on the interpersonal.
Okay.
Are you answered, Dr. Simbani? Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you for the presentation, and you'll pardon me for poor understanding of English. I look at your topic, it says individual factors, not individuals astrophic as factors. So I'm not clear whether you are talking to factors that are from the individual, the affected individual themselves, or the individual factors one by one of those factors. Then when you talk about interpersonal factors, and you say that you have avoided community and others, just by the word interpersonal, my understanding is that is the relationship with other people, unless if you wanted to say intrapersonal. So maybe I just want to get clarity there in terms of what are you referring to when you say individual factors. Thank you.
Okay, I think the first one, the individual factor, when the topic says the individual factors, no, I'm interested in the interpersonal factors. This is the purpose of this presentation. But there are, the overall result of the qualitative findings are individual factors, interpersonal factors, community factors, institutional factors. Remember, I'm aligning it with the socio-ecological model, right? So even the findings have been the findings have been classified under these levels of influence. So I'm not leaving them out, but I'm saying, oh, let me write a paper only on the interpersonal. I'm hoping to produce more papers on the other findings as well, as the community, as the individual, and as the other levels of influence. So on the interpersonal, remember the interpersonal is more on the relationships closest to the learners. In this case, it's the learners. It's the closest to the individual learners. We're talking families, we're talking friends. So these are the ones, these are the fundamental relationships, types of relationships that emerge in the interpersonal level. So that's why I came up with things like the family, where domestic violence happens, where child abuse happens, where the first exposure happens, because we've got parents, we've got uncles, probably who are drinking or smoking in front of those children. So it's the first level of relationship that happens in the family.
Thank you so much. It's time up. Free to go. Then we'll move to the next presenter. Oh, a round of applause. Next presenter, it's Matakanye. Matakanye will be presenting on exploring caregivers' perceptions on the impact of Nyaupe and alcohol use on TB treatment adherence in Limpopo province. Over to you, Matakanye.
Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is not Matakanye. My name is Takarani Shitangan. I am here to present one of my PhD graduates, phase 1 empirical study report titled Exploring Caregivers' Perceptions on the Impact of Nyaupe and Alcohol Use on TB Treatment Adherence in Limpopo Province.
Okay, just pardon her. The issue is there's an updated version of slides, so we have to reload them.
As I've indicated, this phase 1 study of this PhD graduate, it's titled Exploring Caregivers' Perceptions Regarding Nyaupe and Alcohol Use Impact on TB Treatment Adherence in Limpopo Province. And this is my name, as I've indicated. In this introduction and background, I just wish to inform the audience that TB remains a leading public health challenge in South Africa, with South Africa remaining one of the 30 high TB burden countries globally, where the recent estimates indicates that South Africa experienced 270,000 new cases of TB annually and 56,000 TB deaths per year, with the national TB incident rate estimated at 427 per 100,000 population in 2023. TB treatment adherence remains a crucial intervention for TB cure and MDR TB prevention. While previous work highlights that substance abuse or substance use, especially alcohol and nyaupe, disrupts adherence, there is limited focus in Limpopo Province. And so our study aimed to explore the perceptions of nurses and managers on how nyaupe nurses and operational managers on how nyaupe and alcohol use affect TB adherence. And we used a qualitative exploratory descriptive design, interviewing 16 participants across 8 healthcare centers in Limpopo Province, 3 districts, using a central question: what is your perception of nyaupe and alcohol use effects on TB treatment adherence? The Declaration of Helsinki guided our consideration of ethical principles of ethical clearance, gatekeeper permission, informed consent, privacy, anonymity, confidentiality, malfeasance, and non-malfeasance. This is the method we used to analyze data, Colaise's 7-step descriptive phenomenological methods. And these are the key findings, which simply indicates that nurses and operational managers in Limpopo's 3 districts think, their perception is that Nyaupe and alcohol use influences treatment adherence difficulty, or leads to or cause treatment adherence difficulty, dishonor of treatment follow-up appointments, reluctance towards treatment support of help. And as you can see, we have tried to describe the themes, and we also supported those themes with participant codes. In support of these findings, Vashni et al. Assessed that Nyaupe poses a higher risk to treatment adherence than alcohol due to its severity in intoxication and addiction. And additionally, Rachisusu et al. Highlight that caregivers struggle to enforce treatment adherence if substance abuse is not addressed. And we conclude in this study that Nyaupe and alcohol use are serious threats to TB treatment adherence. Maybe if we want to say it differently, we can say Nyaupe and alcohol are serious determinants of TB treatment. And therefore, we feel if this is not, it needs intentional attention. If TB treatment adherence is to be enhanced, and if TB treatment resistance is to be prevented in Limpopo province in order for the province to achieve the global SDG targets. We acknowledge that the absence of TB patients' voices. We also acknowledge the exclusion of physicians, as well as the rural focus in this study, which limits the generalizability of the findings. And therefore, we recommend that further research in the form of experiment should be done in order to confirm the results of this study. And once that study, that experimental research is done, we further recommend that there should be screening of patients for substance use upon TB diagnosis. And there should also be integration of substance use rehabilitation services into TB care, and also strengthening of family and community support systems, as well as training healthcare workers on substance abuse management for treatment adherence. We are referring you to this as a publication. This study that I'm presenting, this is the publication, and these are the other sources that supported this study findings. So with that said, thank you. Together we can advance universal health coverage for the promotion of South African population well-being. Thank you.
Professor Chitangano, for such an insightful presentation. Do you have questions from the floor? How many minutes do you have? 7 full minutes to engage with the professor. There's a hand.
Thank you, Professor. Very interesting talk. My hand just popped, you know, when you talk about TB. You tickle me. My question is based on this relation. When you say Nyaupe and alcohol, isn't that common knowledge? That it affects any treatment, in particular? And I've got a follow-up, if Chair allows.
It is very common knowledge, but for policy and practice to be science-based or evidence-based, there needs to be a research conducted and published. Did I answer? Thank you. Okay.
Am I allowed to follow up? Yes. Thank you. Thank you for the response. And the next question is on the recommendation. The very first one, were you advocating more research? Anything in mind?
Okay, the reason for confirmation is that, qualitative studies and also the fact that it is limited, and also maybe let me just give you those two and end up there and see. There needs to be triangulation and research for confirmation purposes. So we need something experiment that says these are the people who were making use of Nyaupe, and this is how they behaved when it comes to treatment adherence. I think this is what I have in mind.
Thank you. Over to you, Dr. Simbani. Thank you, Prof. At first, when I look at the title, caregivers, I never thought that it was referring only to the nurses. So in this case, we are referring to the nurses only.
In this case, caregiver in this study is an operational definition, refers to nurses and nurse managers.
Okay, thank you. As this, I understand it's a PhD study, and in this case, you were only focusing on the nurses. Do you have maybe another objective that focus on the patients, because they are the ones who are mostly affected by this adherence? The nurses, yes, were giving their perceptions, but the patients were the ones who are going to give the real impact of alcohol and drugs with regards to their adherence. Do you have such an objective in this study?
Thank you so much. You might have missed it. Under our limitations, we have indicated, we have acknowledged the limitation of not having a patient's voice. So we really would appreciate if there can be another research that fills that gap.
Thank you. Recommendations. Have you ever thought about recommending to involve the law enforcement to take all the Nyaupe people who are on treatment, somehow force them to rehab?
Okay, in South Africa, as she has just indicated, our professor from Medunsa has just told us about ethics. And I think, if you can't force anyone unless if this person is a danger to the society.
Okay. Thank you so much, Professor Stangano. I think we no longer have questions and it's time up. We will engage with Prof. Stangano during lunchtime. A very nice time for you to network. The next presenter is. No, before the poster. The next presenter is, where's that guy? It's Kaleni, that's the one on top. Yes. Yeah. Kaleni, but I think Mashamba, TJ will be doing the presentation. The title is Experiences of Family Caregivers Living Experiences of Family caregivers living with a member who uses substance in Vanderbilt Park, South Africa. Over to you, Dr. Mashamba. Thank you. A round of applause just to encourage you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ramudiba. I am going to present Mr. Kaleni's work regarding the topic that was indicated. The outline of the presentation includes the introduction, background, problem statement, aims and objectives, research question, methodology, ethical considerations, and the significance of the study. As part of the introduction, I would say substance use has been identified as a public health issue amongst individuals, families, as well as within the community. And I can add even global. So caregiving for individuals who are addicted, it's a problem. And that is the focus of this presentation. The care of substance users is much more associated with stressful events related to economic factors as well as psychosocial conditions. The aim of the study was to explore experiences of family caregivers living with a member who uses drugs in Vanderbilt Park in South Africa. The first objective, to explore the experiences of family caregivers living with a member who uses drugs while providing care in the same setting. To describe the experiences of family caregivers living with a member who uses drugs while providing care in the research setting. The research question says, what are the experiences of family caregivers living with a member who uses substances in Vanderbilt Park? The qualitative method was used here for this study. The population were caregivers who had a family member using substances. And the other criteria for selection was the member should have been admitted in Jamela Rehabilitation Center. The non-probability purposive sampling was used to select participants, and data was collected from the same participants until data saturation was reached at the 8th participant. They used the semi-structured interview guide, where the main question was, what are the experiences of caregivers living with a member who uses drugs in Vanderbilt Park in South Africa? Data analysis followed the 6 steps, thematic analysis of qualitative research. And the steps involved organizing data, breaking it into manageable units, searching for patterns, and discovering what is significant, and further deciding on what is to be revealed to others. The findings: 8 participants were involved in the study, and it included mothers, fathers, maternal aunts and brothers. Those were the relationships. The themes that emerged from the analysis included disruption of family normal dynamics, financial burdens on caregivers, psychosomatic strain on caregivers, and feeling of hopelessness. On the first theme, two sub-themes emerged, which is family conflicts, and the second one is effects on family routine. The second theme has got two sub-themes, three sub-themes: losing items in the family or in the house, reliance of substance users on caregivers for survival, various demands by substance users on caregivers. And then the third theme, which is psychosomatic strain on caregivers, has two sub-themes, including psychological well-being of caregivers and the impact on physical health of the caregivers. The last one, the fourth, is a feeling of hopelessness, where we have two sub-themes as well: relapse of the condition after rehabilitation center services and minimal support for caregivers. If you look at the disruption of family normal dynamics, it includes the circumstances in which healthy functioning of the family is affected in a negative way. Examples of insults that come from the users when they are high, unhealthy communications, unacceptable overall living circumstances, and some family conflicts and effects on daily family routine for the caregivers, meaning that the caregivers now focus much more on the substance user and what they are exhibiting instead of their normal routine. According to Murray and Hampton, substance use disorder is often viewed as a personal experience because of the effect towards the user. Yet, there are other people involved who are also affected by the same substance use in many ways, even if they don't use the substances. I think I've covered this one. The effects on daily routine has been covered. The reliance on substance user on caregiver survival, it relates much more on the financial burden, wherein the users will be demanding more finances to go and get more substances as they are now addicted. They bring in various demands to the caregivers, which makes the caregivers to be more frustrated. The psychosomatic strain on caregivers, they feel tired, they feel challenged, they feel hopeless. That is when you'll realize that they also need sort of support, I don't know, from social workers or nurses or healthcare workers, I'm not sure, but they really need such a support. If you look at the slides that I'm reflecting, you'll see some examples of codes from the caregivers. Some are saying the problem which I had was that I had become very fearful of him. Staying with someone that you fear is a real challenge because of the aggression and the demands and all the things that they exhibit. The second one said, once he arrives, you already have anxieties. You start wondering, what is he going to say now? You see, he made me live in anxiety and fearing him. The impact on physical health, it means they also develop psychosomatic problems. Some of the people were saying they didn't have hypertension, but they ended up having high blood pressure because of the pressure they receive and the challenges they receive. At the end, they developed a feeling of hopelessness because they didn't have anyone to support them. They didn't know where to report these cases, and they are stuck with these family individuals who are addicted to substances wherever they are on a daily basis. So one other thing that challenges the caregivers is the relapse after rehabilitation center services, wherein you wonder as to whether these services are making any difference after they have been provided. So we also look at the minimal support to the caregivers. As I've indicated, we are not sure whether it has to come from the health care workers or the social service people or from relatives. I think I have covered most of the things that are on the slides. In summary, although caregivers undertook efforts to support substance users, majority of them appear disillusioned by the relapse of the substance users. They don't understand why would they send their family members to the rehabilitation centers, and when they come back, they pick it up again. So recommendations here, as I conclude, will be the need to strengthen life skills programs at schools, because that's where a lot of younger people are found. Secondly, caregivers should identify early signs of substance use among the youth they stay with in a home setting so that they are able to intervene at an earlier stage. Government support for rehabilitation centers to strengthen services. Maybe the NGOs can be able to provide better services if they receive such support. Awareness campaigns of problems related to substance use should be strengthened. I don't know whether it has to be the baby of the social development or Department of Health or community members and families. I am not really sure. Lastly, assistance with different sources of income in different families so that they are able to go up and down and take their family members for rehabilitation services and other needs as they fight against substance use. This brings us to the end of the presentation. Thank you. Okay, there's a hand.
Thank you. I see on the last recommendation talking about assistance with different sources of income. So I have an interest to know, is there a relationship between the substance use and family financial background?
I should think so, because one of the family caregivers here indicated that they feel obliged to support them financially as part of the family. They will demand to have X amount of money for this and that, and they are bound to give them. And yet, we know that they might use the same amount of money for getting more substances, but they don't know how else to deal with the issue. So if they don't have sources of income, you might find that it pushes the children in the family to go and look for these finances out there. They could also become part of the crime and sell the drugs themselves in order to generate income. So if you deal with it within a family setting, at least you sort of channel the child to use better ways of getting money and use the money for the right purpose.
Okay, thank you so much. Thanks a lot, Dr. Mashamba. Okay. Just a
Thank you,
minute.
Dr. Mashamba. This case of drug abuse, it's a serious one. So, and there's one thing, or most of the things that you highlighted that the families are worried about, like they're living with someone whom they are fear of. So I did not see any recommendation to those families. What is it that are supposed to do? Because they are living with somebody whom they are fear of. What advice can we give them, or what recommendation can you give? Because most of those recommendations are those that can be done by the government, with social development and all those. What about the recommendations for the family members? Something that can be implemented within the family. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that question. I believe in South Africa, if anyone poses a threat or challenges you to that level, you are allowed to call the correctional service to assist within a family setting, even if it's a relative. So if it comes to a push, that is where they can run to. Otherwise, I indicated that families should be supported to be able to identify this type of behaviors at an earlier stage, meaning that parents should open their eyes widely in terms of those people who are growing within the family to check their behaviors. Because if these behaviors are not modified at an earlier stage, we will live with this type of problems. And it's difficult to deal with them at a later stage. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mashamba. It's time up. A round of applause as she's going down. So we have come to the end of oral presentations. However, as previously indicated, we have a poster presentation which is only going to take 7 minutes, 5 minutes for the presenter, and 2 minutes for the questions. I thought, Mr. Maranga, you're coming next to me. And the presenter, it's none other than Klongwani M, who will be presenting on factors hindering professional-led entrepreneurship. He'll be presenting on the scoping review. No, it's not here. Klongwani, the stage is yours. A round of applause to encourage him as he comes. When we clap hands, we are also exercising the muscles around the hands. So let's not get weary of clapping the hands. Timekeeper, I hope you are ready. Maybe we could be using this time to talk to the person next to you. Do you know each other? Exchange those numbers, ask them about their research interest. Please. Dr. Sukadi, there's a person next to you. I don't think you know them. Just have that engagement. Remember, the other reason why we're in a conference is for us to network. So just use this minute to do that. You'll never know. You can find collaborators. Go talk to our guest speaker. How does it feel like to be in ethics in general? Those general questions that you could be asking whilst you're still sorting out technological challenges that we have.
From here, I'm fine. You can call that technician to open text. I should do it. From my side, I'm fine. Then we call that.
Wouldn't go.
This presentation.
Technicians, please come.
Yeah, he'll come open it. This is the face. He'll just open it with those cards.
Okay. Yeah, open it so that it shows. Put it Pardon with us, we have technological challenges. The presentation is not showing on the screen. Oh, there it is. Okay. Yeah, over to you, Ms. Klongwane. Another round of applause.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Standing before you, it's Hlungwane Malwandla, a Master of Nursing student from the University of Limpopo. I was hoping Dr. Khatla would still be here. I wanted to tell Esther that I'm also a male nurse. So the title of my study is Factors Hindering Professional Nurse-Led Entrepreneurship, a Scoping Review. Innovation in healthcare is increasingly vital, yet nursing entrepreneurship is underutilized globally. Only 0.5 to 1% of nurses engage in entrepreneurial space. In South Africa, the Nursing Council indicates that nurses are not prohibited in any way to practice independently, but however, we still see nurses not taking this opportunity to open their own practices. So this is where my research questions arises as to what are the factors that hinder them to practice or maybe enter into the entrepreneurial space. Dr. Mukari yesterday indicated or maybe made a presentation about NHI, and he indicated and he showed us ways in which it can help solve the unemployment in South Africa. Therefore, there is a greater need for nurses, and not only nurses, but professionals to enter into the entrepreneurial space. The objective of the review is to explain and map the existing factors impeding professional nurses to venture into entrepreneurship and sought to provide actionable recommendations to address this gap. The study adopted 5 steps of Axie and O'Malley framework. The review identified 4 factors, one of which is the lack of education and training in entrepreneurship. Addressing these impediments through targeted education can lead to innovation and transformation within the healthcare space. And I thank you.
One question. We need to have a question for Mr. Klongwane. Please. Dr. Sukati there has a question.
Thank you, sir, for present. Just one question. I wanted just to check. You have indicated that you did this in November, or the concentration was in November. In terms of the sources that you used for the scoping review, were they focusing on that area or what? That's the clarity I want to check.
Okay, so this scoping review is an extract of my research. So we didn't have any data extracted or maybe used from the Vembe region. I'm not sure if I answered you correctly.
Do you have a follow-up? I can see.
Yeah. Maybe I think maybe the title need to be tweaked in a way, because it may be misleading. I don't know if you get what I'm trying to. Yeah.
Yes, I get it. Thank you.
Okay. A round of applause for Mr. Klongwane for closing our oral presentation. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for listening. We have come to the end of all the presentations. Just a friendly reminder that we have a CPD register circulating. If you are registered with any council and you need CPD points or you need CEUs, please go to the registration desk and register your name. And lunch will be served at Lapa, and we are expected to be back by 1:30, 13:30, for the workshop in the very same venue. Thank you so much for listening to me. I'm forever grateful. Thank you.
name is Makoma Bupapi. I'll be chairing the last session. And thank you for continuing to show up. This is the last, and I was wondering how many are we going to have. So thank you. This is a very important session, and maybe I'm happy it's only coming now when everybody has presented, because it's something that talks to all of us. We have all presented our research, and one thing we have in common is we followed some form of methodology. So I was hoping the presenter wouldn't come, because you know, when you are a nurse and you see people not washing their hands, you become very, very critical. So luckily, the presenter was not here because he is a specialist in research methodology. He will be sharing what he knows and does best, which is research methodology that includes data collection and analysis. And the person that will be taking up the stage is Mr. Peter Mpekwana. He is the University of Limpopo biostatistician, and he is under the research admin and development. He is currently busy with his PhD, believe it or not, because he's helping all of us, and I mean all of us. But he's busy with PhD in biostatistics, so we have a relevant person. He has a dual master's from University of Limpopo and Stellenbosch University. He has a dual honors in statistics with the University of Limpopo and Rhodes. So for the next 1 hour, 30 minutes, shall we please listen to him, assess if our methodology is or was sound. He is available to share now, but unfortunately 1 hour, 30 minutes is not enough. I know he's available even beyond the 1 hour, 30 minutes. Mr. Mpekwana, thank you for gracing this opportunity, this event. The stage is yours. Thank you.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Colleagues. It's after lunch. I don't know what to present, but I will just quickly run through what I have here. So I think all of us, we are familiar with research, so I'll skip some slides there and there. So where do we start? What is a research? So this is just a recap. What is a research? Research, it's a cycle. So what do we mean by a cycle? You start with the questions, research questions. How do we develop research questions? They are based on our experience, they are based on our knowledge. Then we develop a research questions. Then thereafter developing research questions, we develop research topic. So this is a wheel, and it's very, very important and crucial. So we develop a topic, we start with the questions based on our observations or knowledge. Then we develop a research topic. Then thereafter we develop a research questions. Then thereafter we choose a study design. So basically today on this presentation, we'll dwell much on the study design. Just a recap about the study design, mostly under quantitative study design. Then thereafter we move into data collection. So you can see that this is a wheel. So meaning that if you change the title, it affects the research questions. If you change the research questions, it affects the study design. So if you change the study design, it affects data collection. So most researchers, what they do, they change the research design or questions, but they don't amend other sections. So we need to bear in mind that whatever you touch, you must also adjust the wheel. Then thereafter data collection, that's a data analysis, will also touch on that. Then thereafter you draw conclusions. So we can see that your conclusions are affected by the data analysis. Your data analysis is being influenced by the data collection. Your data collection is being influenced by the study design. Then what is a research? So normally, I will say research is sort of like a car. So what is the purpose of a car? Colleagues, I know you are familiar with research. What is the purpose of a car? Yes, so it takes us from point A to point B. Then how do we link this with a research? How can we link this with a research? Colleagues? The purpose of a car is to take us from point A to point B. Then how can we link this with research? Colleagues, let's engage.
Linking it with research. Research is like a vehicle that takes me to the answers that I want to find out with regard to the problem, but in a scientific manner.
That's a good try. Other try.
I'll say that because we said the purpose of the car is to move from point A to point B. In terms of research, it will be more like, let's say when you start, you don't really have a lot of knowledge, but you are willing to move through each and every steps where at the end of the day, you'll get somewhere and you won't actually be the same as from where you started. So I think that's what it means.
Good try.
Yes. I think the fact that the car can take you from point A to B, but it can only do that if you are operating it correctly. So linking it to research is that how you conduct your research, how you structure your questions, then you will be able to arrive to achieving those objectives. Thank you.
Thanks. That's a good try.
Yeah. To me, I think triangulating the insights from the car to link it to research. How I understand research is, in research, it's about solving problems, research problems. So moving from point A to B with the car, in research, to me, it will be moving from the problems to the solutions.
Yeah, that's correct. So we're moving from point A to point B. So what is the idea? We're having a problem, so we want to solve the problem. So point B, that will be our solution. You are developing strategies, you are developing interventions. We start from the problem, which is point A. So our research is going to take us through to the last part, which is the solution. So that's how I link research with a motor vehicle. So a motor vehicle has some parts or characteristics. We have an engine, we have a speedometer, we have wheels, we also have a battery, distributor, a starter. How do we link that with research? It's a car. So now we have the wheels, we have the body, we have the engine, we have the speedometer. How do we link that with research? How do we link those characteristics with research? Let's start with the engine. Dr. K, you want to say something? Yeah. So we can start with the engine. Colleagues, how do we link an engine with the research? Which components links with the engine of a vehicle?
Okay, thanks, Mr. Mpehwan. Actually, before you said the engine first, I wanted to talk about the whole car. But with the engine, what links with the engine? You have got a distributor, you've got a plugs, you've got a battery, you've got brakes, you've got the radiator, alternator, and the engine. All of them should talk to each other, meaning the starter should be the one that should start this car, the battery should be the one that gives that starter power. It means the engine must run properly so that the pistons are able to, then the wheels will function, then the wheels will rotate, then the car will move. Same with research. With research, once you've got your problem should be linked with quite a number of things that talk to the problem. Then it will move, same as the wheels.
All right, thanks, Dr.
Hopefully
K.
this will not affect my price in the evening.
Anyone else who wants to give a try? Let's start with the engine. How do we link the engine with our research? You have presented your research, nice presentations. We saw them online. How do we link the engine with our research? Which components links with our engine? So basically we have to take this research to a low level so that we make this monster to look easier. So what is the engine? Without an engine, can the car move? Without the wheels, can the car move? Can it take us from point A to point B? So due to time, I'll just summarize because we're only having an hour. So the engine, normally we link that with our methodology. So it powers the research, is the design of how you will collect, analyze, and interpret the data. So that is the bigger component in your research. So if you make mistake on the methodology, basically everything will fall apart. So that is very, very critical, the methodology section. Then the fuel, we can just link that to data. Without petrol, without the diesel, we can't move. Without data, there's no research. So data feeds the methodology. So then again, we also have a driver. Without a car, if there's no driver, the car won't move. So the driver, who's our driver? A researcher. So you need to know how to drive. As a researcher, you need to know how to drive. If you can't drive, then you'll make accidents on the road. So as a researcher, you need to know how to drive. Then other cars, they have GPS, the map. Those are research questions. So if you don't have GPS, you'll get lost. So meaning that if your research questions are not clear, you will get lost. So that's why when we assist you with data analysis, methodology, and so on, if your research questions are not clear, there is no way we will be able to assist you efficiently. Then again, the wheels, you can just think of the surveys, experiments, the body, you can think of the theoretical framework, the dashboard, that is your analysis, your speedometer. How far with your data collection, the results, and so on. We can just link that to the dashboard, which is analysis and interpretation. So quickly we can move into the aim of my research is to explore, explain, develop, or describe. So these are the 4 killer points to say that when you do a research, it's either you want to explore, you want to explain, or you want to develop, or you want to describe. So once you understand this, it will also give you the direction on what type of designs you need to select. It's very, very, very important. So then again, the other things that are very key, we ask questions like what, why, when, and how, and where, and who. Those are important questions that you need to ask yourself. Then after this, explore, explain, develop, and describe, we can combine this and form this what we call quadrant. So this quadrant helps us to design good research questions because that is very, very critical and very, very important. What is the construct there? What, when, why, how? So we can combine that with explore, describe, explain, and develop. So when you are doing a research, mostly from the qualitative space, you'll mostly sit on the first quadrant, which is explore and explain. Explain, basically, it will come for the the third quadrant, which is explain, basically speaks to quantitative. Describe, again, basically speaks to quantitative. Develop, in most cases, it speaks to qualitative. Then from this quadrant, it helps, it makes your life very easy. You see that on that quadrant, we have what, when, why, how. If you are sitting on the first quadrant, what is the combination for the explore? It's what and how. So meaning that if you want to develop nice, good research questions, you will combine what and how. Then you'll be exploring. Then again, for the explain, if you want to do the research, good research question under the explain, you will have what and why. So meaning that your research questions, it has to be something around what. It has to be around something why. Then you will be able to explain. So meaning that when you are in one of the quadrant, in that case, it pushes us that we need to have 2 research questions. I see most of the research, they be having 5 research questions. So which is not practical. So in order to have good research questions, if you are looking at this quadrant, you can only develop 2 good research questions. What, for instance, for the explore, you'll have what question, you will have the how question. For explain, you will have the how and the why. To develop, if you are developing, then it will be why and when. When will this be applicable? Describe, you'll have when and what. So meaning that those can help you to structure good research questions. If you know which quadrant your research fits in. If it's quadrant 1, this is the ideas how you can come up with your research questions. Any questions, colleagues? I know I'm flying. If there are no questions, then we can move. So we know that, now we know which quadrant our research fit in. It's either quali, quanti, and so on. So what is the difference between the quanti and the quali? So the quanti part, or the qualitative part, how do we evaluate that? It's subjective. Quantitative, it's objective. So quantitative, it sticks to the facts. For qualitative, it's subjective. It would be like personal feelings, allow people to express themselves and so on. But the quantitative, it sticks to the point. Then the focus for qualitative is the quality. So the main interest of qualitative is to look at the quality. So for the quantitative is the quantity. So meaning that that's why for qualitative, we don't bother ourselves with the sample size because we are chasing for quality. But for quantitative, we are chasing numbers. So we're looking at the quantity. So that's why it's very, very important if you're doing a quantitative to know how to come up with a sample size, how to calculate the sample size, because the focus is quantity, not the quality. Then in terms of the instrument, observation, and so on, the sample size, I've explained that the design for qualitative is very flexible, for quantitative is predetermined. So meaning that we'll just say, if the data is like this is what needs to be done. But for qualitative, the design is very flexible. So the findings for qualitative, it's very rich and comprehensive. But for quantitative, it's very precise. So we'll just say, so many are like this, so many are like this, so many are like this. It's very precise. But for qualitative, it's very comprehensive. So this is the difference between the quali and the quantitative. So in this talk, we'll dwell much on the quantitative aspect. So I'll just keep this one and this one. So under the quantitative research, what is the idea within the quantitative research? Space. So the idea is just to collect, analyze numerical data set. So that is the idea, meaning that you'll have some numbers, you'll have some values, you need to summarize that. That is a quantitative research. So what are the characteristics of quantitative research? It's variable orientated. So you cannot do quantitative research and don't know what is a variable. It's not possible. So if you are doing a quantitative, even if you are doing a mixed method, since well there's an aspect of quantitative, you need to know what is a variable in your quantitative research. Then again, here we deploy closed-ended questions. Then again, we apply statistical analysis. So meaning that there's no way you can do a quantitative and don't apply statistics. You need to know the basics of statistics. The basics, not to say do the advanced, but the basics. Then again, the idea of quantitative is to generalize, to say like, I've done this in these clinics. Maybe when you generalize, you say that this is what is happening in Petersburg Hospital, but you have only selected few participants. So the main idea is to generalize. Then what are the types of variables in the quantitative research? We have what we call qualitative data and quantitative data. That is very, very crucial and very, very important because it helps us how we should analyze our data. It helps us how we should construct our research objectives. So if you don't know, if you can't differentiate between the qualitative data and quantitative data, trust me, whatever you will develop under your research questions, it will be a problematic. So that's why at the end, you say, I wanted to find the average, but you have used the qualitative data, then it's not possible to answer that research question because things are not tying up. So under the quantitative data, what are the types of variables there? We can have the actual values like the weight. The weight, that is your actual value. So we call it a quantitative data. The exams, if you are recording the exam marks, those are actual values. So dealing with actual values, we call them quantitative data. So the qualitative data, those are categorical variables, like the colors, green, blue, and so on. So you cannot, when you are dealing with the qualitative data, you cannot pose a question to say, what was the average, what? Because you are dealing with the qualitative data. You cannot pose those, that kind of questions. So it's very, very important to differentiate between the quantitative data and the qualitative data. So these are the examples under the quantitative data. You can have the discrete or the continuous. What do we mean by discrete? You can say number of eggs in a basket. Those are the actual values. We call them discrete. It does not have decimals. Then for continuous, we can have the weight. The weight, there's possibility of decimals, 50.5, 50.7. So those are your continuous variables. These also affect what kind of statistics you need to apply. So if you are dealing with continuous variables or continuous data, there's a statistics that you need to apply. If you are dealing with discrete, there's a statistics that you need to apply. So that's why it's very, very important to understand these basics so that you can come up with good research questions. Then under the categorical variables, what do we have? We have the nominal and the ordinal. What is the difference between the nominal and the ordinal? Nominal, you can see the order. Nominal, the order does not play a role. Things are grouped, but the order does not matter. Pen, pencil, colors, blue, green, the order does not matter. Then again, if the order does not matter, there is a statistics that you can apply if the order does not matter. But if you are doing the ordinal, so meaning that things are rated, like for instance, the Likert scale, excellent, good, bad. So you can see that we are moving from excellent to bad. Likert scale from if we're having a Likert scale from strongly agree to strongly disagree, that is a Likert scale. So meaning that the order there matters. So even when you apply the statistics, you need to apply the statistics that incorporate the order. So that is also important to understand these type of variables. Any questions, colleagues? I know this is Greek to some of you colleagues. Sorry for that. Any questions, colleagues, or should we wait for the last? Then again, when you are doing a research under the quanti, this one applies for quanti and the quali. What is your design? Retro or prospective? It's very important under your research design to explain if your study is going to be a prospective or a retrospective. What do we mean by retrospective? Retrospective is looking back, so meaning that focusing on the past. Prospective, zooming into the future. You haven't yet collected data, you are still going to collect data, or the data is not yet collected. That should be a prospective study design. Retro, the data is already collected. It was collected for a different purpose, you want to use that data. So we'll call that a retrospective study design. But if you're still going to go to the field, then that will be a prospective study design. So I'll skip this part, this one. So this just explaining the retro and the prospective. So under the study design, it's a retrospective or prospective. Then how are we going to collect our data? So under the quantitative, we have what we call descriptive study design. What is the idea of descriptive study design? You just want to describe the phenomena. How many are smokers? How many are HIV positive? How many are like this? The idea is just to describe. So the next question will be like, how are we going to observe those participants? How are we going to collect the data? So you can do the surveys, or you can do the observations, or you can do the case study designs. So here we'll dwell much on the observations. How are you observing your participant? Surveys normally is being done by Stats SA. Case studies, it means you are looking at the report, the document, doing document analysis, then that will be a case study design. But observation, how are we observing our participant? Other method to observe our participant is what we call cross-sectional study design. What do we mean by cross-sectional study design? You are only observing your participant once. You observe them once, you collect data, you analyze. Then that's what we call cross-sectional study design. So down there, those are some of the examples. Most of the studies, normally if you're doing your master's, your PhD, if it's not if the project is not funded, most of us, we opt to do what we call this cross-sectional study design. So what it means that you only observe the participant once, collect data, and analyze the data set. So now we start combining these terminologies. So if you are zooming back, you will say this is a retrospective cross-sectional study design. So now you are combining the ideas to say, like, I'm zooming back, I'm looking at the past information, but I'm going to, the data was collected once, then we say that is a retrospective study design. If it's a prospective, you'll say that that is a prospective cross-sectional study design. So this is how you'll analyze your cross-sectional study design. And again, this is how you can come up with your research questions. If you want to describe for cross-sectional study design, one of the examples just say, to describe the characteristics of a population. That is an example, examining the dietary habits of high school students. Then if you want to do analytical, you'll say to investigate the association between variables. You just want to observe the participant once, then you want to establish the association between variables. Then again, if you're doing a prevalence study, you observe the participant once, then you determine the proportion. How many are having these conditions? How many are having the disease? And so on. So you want to do what you call, you just want to observe the participant once, then you want to figure out what is your prevalence. Skip that one. Then again, we have what we call case control study design. What is the idea behind the case control study design? You are having two groups. Others are having the disease, or others are not having disease. For example, you might have smokers and non-smokers. So you want to check if amongst these two groups, which ones will have high prevalence of lung cancer. So you are having smokers and non-smokers. So meaning that you have the case and the control. So you want to assess them over time to see between these two groups, which one among these two groups will have the high prevalence of lung cancer. So we know that from the cases, smokers, there's high chance that they will have the disease. Again, for the control or non-smokers, there's also a chance that some of them, they will develop a lung cancer. So this is what we call a case control study design. How do you analyze that? So you'll do the comparison between the two groups. So this is how you can just visualize those case control study design, compare the two groups, the cases and the control. So I'll skip that one. Then again, we have what we call cohort study design. So what is the idea behind the cohort study design? The idea is that you follow the patient or the participant over time. You want to see what will happen over time. So you start with maybe 10 of them, then you follow them for 3 months or 6 months. So you want to see if they will develop maybe certain characteristics over time. So, but when you start with 10, along the way you cannot add new participant. If you start with 10, you will have to follow those 10 patients over time up until the end of the study. Then how do you analyze that? So in this case, this is how you will visualize your data set to say in 2010, this was the results. In 2011, this was the results. So meaning that because you are following them over time, how you'll present that, you'll compare 2010 and 2011 to see if there was any change over time. So the main idea of cohort is just to see if there is change over time. So if you are having an intervention, you want to see if there will be change over time. That will be a cohort study design. So I'll skip that one. This again is a cohort study design, collect data maybe for January, March, and so on. So you want to see if there will be change over time. So skip that one. So the idea is that here, how do we identify if this is a cohort study design? Then you will ask yourself, the investigator gets the choice to get the exposure or who doesn't. So if the answer is yes, then that will be experimental design. If the answer is no, that will be observational study design. Within the observational study design, participants, are they followed over time? If they are followed over time, that will be a cohort study design. If they are not followed over time, that will be a cross-sectional study design. So this diagram helps us to figure out which design is appropriate for our research. Then again, we have what we call longitudinal study design. It's similar to the cohort, just that with the longitudinal study design, you observe the participant for a longer period of time. If it's a longer period of time, then it moves into a longitudinal study design. But the idea is the same as cohort study design. So here I'll just skip that. Then another design is what we call correlational study design. Correlational study design, what is the idea behind? The idea behind, we want to investigate if two things are related. Is there any relationship between lung cancer and smoking status? So if that's what you want to establish in your research, so that means your research design is a correlational study design. You want to correlate between two things. So if that's what you want, you will be studying, that will be a correlational study design. So this is how we'll just visualize the correlational study design. You want to see if there's a relationship between math anxiety and math achievement, if there's any relationship between these variables. Then this is just a summary of different study designs under the quantitative. We have what we call case report, case control, cohort study design, randomized control trial. So what is the idea behind that diagram? If you are sitting on the bottom, or if you are using the method which is somewhere on the bottom, what it means, that method, if someone does a study and maybe they do meta-analysis or systematic review as compared to the case report, that meta-analysis will be, as compared to the case report, we'll say that the meta-analysis, the results will be reliable as compared to the case report. So the higher you go, it means the more the robust your results will be or will be considered. So meaning that if you're sitting on the bottom, the randomized control, is better than the cohort study design. So if there's a study that has done randomized control and the other study that did cohort, we'll mostly prefer the results from the randomized control study design. So that is all under the study design. I know it's after lunch. And I'm speaking Greek language. Any question regarding the study designs? Any questions regarding the study designs?
Thank you, Mr. Mpekwana. I'm not a quantitative person, so I sometimes get confused when it comes to the approach in this in these designs. Now, the retrospective and the prospective, are they the designs? Or
No, the prospective or the retrospective is just telling us if the study you are still going to collect or the data, are you going to use the primary data or secondary data? What do you mean, like, are you still going to go to the field and collect data? If you are still going to go to the field and collect data, that will be prospective. It speaks to the data. Okay. So we just play around these terminologies. So in short, it will be like, are you still going to collect data or the data is already there? If the data is already there, that will be a retrospective. If you are still going to collect data, that will be prospective.
so what do we call them?
What do we?
What do we call retrospective and prospective? Isn't it you said they are not the designs?
Yeah, what I'm saying is that, remember, when you write your proposal or your research, we need to know if you are going to use secondary data or primary data.
Okay.
So instead of saying primary and secondary, we use fancy terms. Yes, to confuse you, to say this is going to be a prospective cohort study design, to look fancy.
Okay.
But the idea is that the prospective, it means that I'm still going to collect data. Retro, it means that the data, maybe are going to use patient files. The data is already there. That will be a retrospective. So it only speaks to the data.
Okay.
Yes. Any other question, colleagues, regarding the designs?
Thank you. Mine is more of clarity seeking. I'm just not sure if I got a little bit confused during the conference where I've just noted that most of the quantitative studies used SPSS, and I think they were mentioning it a lot as a data analysis kind of a thing. However, I think it's a software, so I'm just not sure when you use SPSS, where do you actually, is it a statistical analysis kind of a data where you use SPSS software to like manage your data or do your not coding? Yeah, so I'm just asking for clarity with regards to that. Thank you.
That is a software that we use to analyze the quantitative. So I think towards the end, I'll just give some types of softwares that you can use to analyze your quantitative.
Oh, okay. So I also need clarity on something. When you were talking about the cohort and the longitudinal study, you said that both of them, they are observed over like a long period of time. But then I just wanted to know, isn't it cohort specific? Oh, I wanted to know if cohort is not specifically for groups, like you only focus on maybe a group of people that share but again, the same characteristics of something, and then for the longitudinal one, you can go for like an individual. So that's what I wanted clarity on, or isn't it cohort specifically for groups?
The cohort, before you can get into the longitudinal aspect or design, will start with the cohort. If you follow children, maybe you want to sort of like assess their BMI over time. If you follow them maybe for 6 months, every month you take the readings, that we can regard it as a cohort. You follow them for 6 months, every month you take the readings. So after 6 months, then you want to analyze the data to see if there's any change in terms of their BMI over time. That will be a cohort. But longitudinal, maybe you follow them up until you started maybe when they were 5 years old. Maybe you follow them up until they get to 10 years old or 12 years old. So that will be a longitudinal study design. Every month you take the reading up until maybe after 5 years or 6 years. So every month you take the readings, that will be a longitudinal study design. So, but you will have to start with a cohort. If you follow them over time, that will be a longitudinal study design.
Okay.
Thank you. There seems to be different school of thoughts in terms of the difference between descriptive and cross-sectional designs. Some people, and even literature, they believe cross-sectional, within the cross-sectional design, well, cross-sectional designs are descriptive in nature, so you can't have both. But I know with us, we allow that. Descriptive meaning you describe your data, and cross-sectional, you are doing it only once or within a short period of time. So I just want to hear your opinion on that, because it's a big fight.
So the idea there is that in terms of the designs there, is to say, how are you observing the participant? Are you observing them once? That will be a cross-sectional. Then after observing them once, what do you want to establish? If you just want to describe, that will be a descriptive cohort study design. So now you are combining the terminologies. Descriptive is just only to describe. You have collected data, you have observed your participant once, you only want to describe. That will be a descriptive study design. So when you combine the terms, then now you can just play around the words to say this is going to be retrospective, descriptive, cross-sectional study design. So you are combining these words as long as you understand the meaning behind those terms. Any question, colleagues? Yes?
You have to be good in math to be able to do quantity.
No. There's no need. Math is not one of the prerequisites for this. So this is just a pure, like, what is prospective? We are just using these terms, and sometimes we feel like it's something that is very difficult, whilst it's something that is very simple. To say what is a prospective. When someone says, I'm doing prospective study design, you look like maybe something difficult, but it's very something that is very simple and doesn't need any math.
Yeah, so good afternoon. Mine is just are we going to get the slides? They seem to be very interesting. Can we get to share the slides, please?
All right. So, colleagues, let's cover the last part, which is the sampling, which is very critical and very important. So once you have established your design, the next step is to say, okay, I'm going to observe them once, but what will be how many do I need? Then we move into the population and the sample. What is the population? If you are looking at maybe every newborn baby in Mount Hospital, all of them, if your interest is just to recruit all of them, that will serve as a population. But if you want to select few of them, that will be a sample. So, which is very, very critical and very, very important if you are doing a quantitative study design. So you need to mention what is your population and what was your sample size and how was it derived. That is very, very important. So the idea is that this is our population, everyone, all HIV patient, positive patient, but you only want to select few of them and maybe establish or investigate their cholesterol, blood pressure, and so on. So you can't recruit everyone, but you want to select few of them. Later on, you want to say, this is what is happening in Limpopo, but we haven't recruited all of them. You only selected few of them. That will serve as a sample. So that's why when you are doing a quantity, it's very, very important to tell us how did you get that sample size. It's very, very crucial and very, very important. So what is the benefits of sample? Low cost, less time. Instead of recruiting 1,000 of them, the sample size, it might say recruit 150. 150, it will be a good representative of 1,000 patients. So the advantage is that it's less time. Accuracy, you can get the data quickly, analyze the data, agent information, low cost, and so on. So what are the ideas? So this is the idea you are having the population, the target population, your ideas to investigate what is going on in Limpopo. But you are only, your target population, maybe you select Mankweng Hospital. That will serve as your target population. The idea is to understand what is happening in Limpopo. That is a bigger eye. Then the target population, you are only zooming or selecting Mankweng Hospital. From that Mankweng Hospital, you will select few patients and do your data analysis or conduct your research. Then how do we determine what is the minimum required number of patients that we need for our study? So one way is to do what you call census sampling. Census sampling means that you want to recruit everyone. If there are 1,000, you want to take all of them. That is a census sampling. So if you are dealing with secondary data, which is a retrospective, maybe NLHLS is giving you the data, then that could be a census sampling. Whatever they give you, you want to use it. So that means that will be a census sampling. Sometimes you might want to imitate sample size from previous studies. There are some projects or some studies whereby you can't determine what is the required sample size. So you can imitate from previous studies. Or you can use what you call published tables to determine what is the minimum required sample size, or you can apply mathematical formulas or what you call the online software, Rasoft software. So this is what you call the published online table. It gives you the population size and the required sample size. So basically, so it will give you the population and the required sample size. So if perhaps your sample size is 10, if your population, you're only, all of them, maybe perhaps all of them, there are only 10, the sample size, it will be 10. If there are 15, the sample size, it will be 14. But you can see that if your population is around 1 million, the sample size is only 384. So you can see that if your population increases, then your sample size decreases. So that is why we do the sample size, to cater or to help you to reduce the number of patients. If you are dealing with 1 million, you only need 384 to to represent for 1 million patient. So that's all what you need. You can use the online table to determine the required sample size, or you can use the online Rasoft software. So if that's what you'll be doing, you'll just, under your appendix, you'll just put that published online table as a reference, or you can use the online. The online, all what you need is just to punch your population, then it will calculate the minimum required sample size. Then you can take a snapshot and put it on your project or on your protocol. Then if you want to use mathematical formulas, I know most of us, the maths kicks in now, but let's just, if you're afraid of math, formulas and so on, just stick to the online Rasoft, then take a snapshot, put it on your project or protocol. Then if you want to use the math, then this is the formula. The N, what we need there is the capital N, which is our population size. So for example, in this case, you want to do a study in a maternity wards. There were only 77 midwives in that maternity wards. How do we determine our sample size? You just substitute your capital N there, then it will give you the minimum required sample size. So what it says that instead of recruiting 77 of them, you can only look at 65 of them. It will be a good representative of the 77. So that will be your minimum required sample size. Then I'll skip that. Sometimes we encounter some situations whereby we don't know what is our population size. So if you don't know what is your population size, how can we determine our required sample size? All what you need is the proportions. How many patients, you can find that from previous published articles, or you can get that from the reports. So we can look at the example here. The studies want to determine the characteristics of uncontrolled type 2 diabetic. They don't know what is the population size of those patients having uncontrolled type 2 diabetic. So all what you need in terms of determining the sample size, you can get a report where it gives you the proportion. So you can get a report where it says that 8% in South Africa, they are having uncontrolled diabetic. That's all what you need. So you can use that 8% to determine the minimum required sample size if you don't know the true population. So you can just use the proportion. You can get it from the reports, or you can get it from the published articles. So that's what you'll need to substitute there. Then it will give you that in this study, we only require 113. So meaning that you only need to recruit 113 patients who are having diabetic. From that 113 of them, you will be able to cater for 8% of those who are having uncontrolled diabetic. So the 113 doesn't mean that all of them should be having uncontrolled diabetic. It means that 113 of them that are having type 2 diabetic. From that 113, you will be able to cover the 8% of those who are having uncontrolled diabetic. So that's what it says. So I'll skip that. So then you know that you only need 113 patient or participant. Then how are we going to select them? That is also very, very important. How are we going to select them? You can consider what you call non-probability samples. So meaning that you can select those patients based on convenience, easy access. Or you can use what you call purposive sampling. You can select those patients based on the purpose. Or you can just do what you call quota sampling. Quota sampling, what is the idea? You'll split this participant into groups, then thereafter you start selecting those participants. Or you can do what you call snow sampling. Snow sampling, you call it, it's a referral, it's a network sampling whereby you get the first participant, then they will refer you, then you get it's sort of like it's a referral. We call it a network sampling. If you get, for example, if you're conducting a study, maybe your interest is looking at maybe Nigerian lecturers in higher institutions. If you get the first one, then they will refer you to the next one. Then that one will refer you, they will refer you. Then that's what we call a snowball sampling. But this is not, we don't advise or advocate to use non-probability sampling when you are doing a quantitative research, because this does not tell us how are you supposed to select the participant. So this is mostly used or applicable when you are doing a qualitative study design. So for the quantitative study design, we promote that participant or the researchers use probability sampling. What is the idea behind probability sampling? So we have what we call simple random sampling, systematic, stratified, and the cluster. How do we select the simple random sampling? So this is the systematic sampling. You have the population there. So you come up with a system to say like there are 1,000 participants, but you only need 150. How do you select them? Maybe you can just say, I will take the third file. If you are dealing with files, you'll put the files, you'll say, I will select the third file or the fourth file. So meaning that that is a systematic sampling. So you come up with a systematic way of selecting the participant. Then thereafter, if you need maybe 100 out of 1,000, you come up with a systematic way to say, I'll take the third one or the fourth one or the fifth one from the bigger population. Then again, we have stratified. What is the idea behind the stratified sampling? So you want to select the participant, but the idea there, in terms of stratifying, you put them according to groups. Maybe if you're conducting a study, you'll put Tsongas this side, you'll put vendors, then you'll put Pedis. Amongst those stratas or amongst those groups, you start selecting those participants. So this is what we call a stratified random sampling. Then again, we also have a cluster. The difference between the stratified and the cluster, it's almost the same, but the difference here is that in terms of the clusters, you put them according to certain characteristics. You'll put female aside, males aside, based on the characteristics. Then from there, you start selecting within those clusters. So that's what we call a cluster sampling. So colleagues, I know it's Greek. Yeah, so this is how you will select your participant. What is important, you get the population, you determine the required sample size, then you tell us how are you going to select those participants from a bigger group. So that is very, very important. Any question regarding the sampling techniques and even how to determine the required sample size? Any question, colleagues? I know it's after lunch, it's hot.
Good day and thank you for this Q&A. The words research participant, research objects, research subjects, can they be used interchangeably?
That
research
one,
object, participant, subject.
That one, it goes with the fields. So normally from the health science, if you're dealing with patient, we'll just say those will be participant. If I in the labs, we'll just say maybe subjects. So, but it's one and the same thing, but it goes with the field. So if you're from chemistry, they will talk about subjects. If you're dealing with rats, they will say subjects. So, but if you're dealing with patient, can you say it's a subject? No, you can't say that. So it goes with the field. Which field are you from? So if you're from chemistry, labs, then that will be subjects. Any other question, colleagues?
Sir, thank you for the opportunity. I would like you to explain quota sampling again.
The what?
The quota sampling.
Cluster sampling.
Not cluster, the quota sampling.
Quota sampling.
Yes.
Quota sampling is the same as cluster. You mean the quota sampling? Non-probability sampling?
Yes.
So normally it says that you, in terms of selecting, before you can select your participant, you put them according to groups. That will be a quota sampling.
And then how do you select?
That's why I'm saying that for quantitative, we don't promote this because it's not telling us how are you supposed to select. So that's why I'm saying that this is mostly used in qualitative. To say that I will have the managers, I will have the, what you call the normal employees, I will have what. So you'll put them according to different clusters, then you conduct your interviews.
Okay, thank you.
Any other question, colleagues? Do we still have time, Professor?
In a case where the population is 1 million, according to that formula, the sample size will be 384. What if the population is less than 384 and you need to sample them but don't know the exact number? Does that mean that you're going to take everyone, or what method are you going to use to?
So can you rephrase your question? If we're having 1 million, the required sample size is 384. That's all. That's the required sample size that you need to recruit.
According to the formula that you presented
Yes.
there. But then in a scenario where your population is less than 384. but then-
Population or the sample size?
No, the population is less than 384.
Yes.
But then you don't know exactly how many are they. And you don't have access to that number because, for example, you go somewhere and then they say you need permission, you need to have ethical clearance for them to give you the actual number. So what method are you going to do to get how are you going to get the sample size in that case?
So you can resort to this method whereby you only need to find out what is the proportion. That you can get it from articles, that you can get it from reports in the hospital. So you use that proportion to determine the required sample size because you don't know the true population. So if you don't know the true population, there's no way you can calculate the required sample size. It's either you know the true population. If you know it, you can use that table. If you don't know it, then you will have to resort to the proportion to say how many are having disease. And that will be coming from published articles or from previous dissertations or from reports. So if you don't have that access.
Thank you, Dr. Mpekwan. The snowballing, I know that it's more into non-probability sampling. But then my question is this, in instances where that you are looking for postgraduate student, and then for quantitative questionnaires, and then maybe you are using a stratified random sampling, but then because you don't know exactly where to find them, and I'm asking you, can you please refer me to your colleague, your peers, and what? Does that qualify to say that also using the stratified, there was a little portion of snowballing being applied on the quantitative? Thank you.
Yeah, if you determine your required sample size, it says you need 100. You don't know where to start. If you can get the first one, you need to recruit 100 of them. If you get the first one, then you can apply the snowball sampling. They will refer you up until you reach your minimum required sample size. So that's where you can combine with the probability sampling.
Sorry. I know the number.
Yeah.
I know the population. I've calculated my sample size. I know that with the University of Limpopo, I need to have 50 postgraduate students, right?
Yeah.
The question is, I don't have access to them. I don't know all of them. And now I need to recruit them. Then if myself I'm a postgraduate student, then you are saying that, can you please recruit another student for me? That, by so doing, it means that you are snowballing, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Thank you, Doctor. I have a question. Can you please maybe touch on the matter of total sampling and maybe also shed some light if how many participants do I really need to actually say I have a strong qualitative paper? Because most publications, they'll say if you have a number of maybe 50, it's not required. I mean, it's not strong enough. And then the issue of doing a pilot study, if you have such a number of participants in that area, for you to ensure that your tool is measured. So how would you advise? I have 55 participants and I have to do a pilot study, and I chose to do a total sampling on those participants. Thank you.
So in terms of the pilot study, if overall all of them, maybe they're around 50. So basically for the pilot study, we start with 10 and the maximum is 30, depending on the problem. So it means that if I aim 50, you can use maybe 10 of them or 7 for the pilot study, because if you use them in a pilot study, you cannot use them again on the main study. So that means actually it reduces the population. So if you use 10, that means for the main study, you're only left with 40. For the main study, you'll have to consider the 40. So if the population is very small, consider maybe selecting 7 or 10 of them. Then, but if the population size is very huge, then consider the maximum for pilot study, it's 30. That is the thumb rule.
But does it give you the chi-square, is it chi-square value that
Yes.
determines the,
Yeah.
yes.
It's a statistical method that it's meant to deal with a small data set. So that's why we said that for quantitative, the designs are predetermined. If we're having a small sample size, we know that this is the statistics that we need to use. Large sample size, this is the statistics that we need to use. So we have all the tools as statisticians. Any other question, colleagues? Do we still have time, or are we running out of time?
Okay. My question was related to what you have just asked, related to the acceptable total number of subjects, for in case you don't know what is the population. I think I can say partially answered. However, can you please remind me of that formula that we said, the name of the formula that we use to calculate for that, to determine the proportion?
This one, are you referring to? I don't know if.
Yeah, the one that you projected.
I don't know which. This one.
Yes.
If you don't know the population,
Yes.
then you can just use this one formula. All what you need is only the proportion. So the proportion, we can get it from previous report or previous articles. Professor at the back. You need to do what, Prof?
If you don't find proportion that is already reported, then you may use 0.5. It gives you a good distribution of the...
But if you use the 0.5, it will sit at the max. The max, it will be that 384.
Yes.
So the question is that we have that capacity to recruit the 384.
Yes, if there's capacity, why not?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That
But at least it gives you a direction where to go.
so it's the same as going to, remember 384 links to a million participant or population. So that means you are just taking the max. So will that be, if you don't have other choice, then you can take the max. It's still okay. So if you have the capacity, you can recruit the 384. Do we still have time, or we're running out of time? Huh?
Going back to what you've just said, my question is, what if that 384 is all that there is? Does it mean that you take everyone?
Yes.
Yeah.
The answer is yes.
Okay. Sorry for this. I find myself answering. But anyway, it's yes. So mine is a little bit, I'm diverging a little bit on the topic. I'm a bit worried about the issue of qualitative. I know you were doing quantitative now, but can you please give me a clarity in terms of what do you think of the number when we talk of when we talk of a valuable number of participants, maybe when they said they reached saturation, what do you think is the perfect number? because we are seeing so many things in research, you'll find there is a condition where person saw only.
What is enough? How do you define enough? How do you determine like this is enough? How do you get that? So that's why we're having this battle between quantitative and qualitative researchers. Because quantitative researchers, they need something that is sort of like scientifically backed up. If it's why we're still having this battle. So I don't know what will be the saturation, maybe 10, 5, I don't know. So, but we don't have that number to say 15 is okay, we don't have 10 is okay, we don't have that specific number to say this is enough for qualitative research. Do we still have time?
We have
Yeah.
time.
I thought it's lunch, it's after lunch. So, so with the 10 minutes, so we can just touch up we spoke about the quali and the quanti. So the last part is just to say, how do we combine the two, the quali and the quanti? So this is one of the ideas. The battle is still on and so on and so on. But qualitative, it gives us something. Quantitative, it gives us something. Why don't we combine the two? Instead of fighting, why don't we combine the two? How do we combine the two? We can do what we call exploratory research. You start with the qualitative. You explore what is going on. Then you come back with the results. Then after getting the results, now you want to quantify. You want to generalize. So that's where we combine the two. Explore it means that you come and explore. Like when Jan van Riebeeck, when they came here, they went to Cape Town, they've explored to say that in South Africa we have this and this and this. And they went back. So they've done the qualitative. They explore, then they came back, then did quantitative. So meaning that you explore with the qualitative, what's going on, then you come back, then you want to generalize. So you can combine the two methods. Or you can explain. So many are having diabetic. What is the reason? Why so many are having diabetic? What is the main issue? You start with the quanti. You say that the prevalence of diabetic among adults is sitting around this percentage. Then you want to explain what could be the reasons. Then you do what? The qualitative. Then you want to explain. Or you can just do what you call dynamic research. Dynamic research, it means that the two methods, you do them simultaneously. So meaning that you do the quanti and the qualitative. Other way of doing the simultaneous, you might have a questionnaire and also have open-ended questions. So that is another way of doing what you call a simultaneous data collection for quanti and qualitative. So this is the nice way of combining it. When you're doing your PhD, you'll just say, phase 1, I'll do the qualitative. Phase 2, I'll do the quantitative. Phase 1, you collect data, you analyze, get the results. Then it guides you in terms of how do we generalize, or you come up with the themes. You use those themes to develop your questionnaire. Then you want to generalize. That maybe it will be phase 2. Then thereafter phase 2, you want to integrate the two results. How do we integrate if you are doing what you call simultaneous data collection? You can have the quantitative, you do data collection, data analysis, get the results. If you are doing a qualitative, also collect data, data analysis results, then you merge the two methods. But you need to be an expert in quanti, and you also need to be an expert in quali. So that's the danger part. If you are doing a mixed method, you need to be an expert, because quantitative, it has its own rules. You have to respect its own rules. If it says this is how we determine the sample size, you need to follow those rules. Qualitative, you need to follow those saturation rules. So it means that you need to become an expert for the two for this two method. And again, the other part that is very, very important is to integrate these two results. You can't just do quantitative analyze, then that's it. Qualitative results analyze, that's it. You need to integrate, because your research is one thing. So you need to integrate the two results, the quali and the quantitative. Then after integrating, then you can do the interpretation. So the interpretation, maybe it might be comparing what you got from the quanti, comparing it with what you got from the qualitative. So what is very, very important is that most of us, we don't integrate our results. So when you are doing them parallelly, so the quanti and the quali, at the end, you need to integrate the two results. Then I guess we can call it. That's all I wanted to share, unless if there are questions. We still have questions. Yes, Dr. K?
Thank
you,
thanks,
Peter. Is it me or somebody?
Thank you. Mine is not directly related to this. I thought maybe you'll also go into the data collection. I always have questions when it comes to quantitative, the tool. You have responses, extremely satisfied and satisfied, strongly agree, strongly disagree. If I agree, what makes me different to one who strongly agree?
So
that's what you, in most cases, causes confusion to me. That if I agree and the other one strongly agree, all of us agree.
Yeah, that is a good question, Dr. K. So to answer that, it goes with different, what do you call, projects. So it depends on the question. Some certain question to say, for instance, when you live here, they will ask you to rate the service from 1 to 5. If you say strongly agree or strongly agree if the service was good or bad or something like that, if you say strongly agree and someone says agree, if someone says agree, it means they were happy but not 100%. There were some issues that they were not, maybe the service, maybe the room, or other things, maybe they were okay, but certain things they were not okay. But if you say strongly agreed, it means that everything was 100%. The service, the room, the food, everything was 100%. That's why you will say strongly agree. But if someone says agree, yes, it was nice, but they will have that but. So when you start having but, that means it's agree. But if you say everything was okay, 100%, then that will be strongly agree. But it all depends on the questions. Some questions, yes, strongly agree and agree, it's one and the same thing. So rather collapse that into one. So we cannot say that the solution to this is this. It all depends on the question. Some questions, it makes sense to collapse. Instead of having strongly agree and agree, just have agree. Some other questions, strongly and agree, it makes sense. So I cannot say that this is how you need to do it. It all depends on the question.
Okay. My question relates to the mixed approach, where you indicated that whether you are doing a quantitative or qualitative, at the end of the day, the result needs to be matched.
Yes.
What if the one of the objectives warrants qualitative study, and we are informed by the objectives of our study. We can't just assume that I'm going to do mixed method. There are certain objectives that are best investigated through qualitative approach, and certain objectives that can be best investigated through quantitative. So in such case, if that objective is not really relates to the other objective,
that are quantitative or vice versa? Does you force merging of the results? Are you done, Prof? I'm done. All right. I thought you were still going on. You are right saying that some certain questions, yes, doing a quali is the best way. Quali it's mainly used if, for instance, if there's a problem and we don't have any information about that issue, the first thing that you can do if you want to do a research, that will be the qualitative, to explore the surface, what's going on. So after exploring the surface, then you will come up with thematics. After developing those thematics, the quantitative people, they can take those thematics, expand it to do a quantitative research. So meaning that everything starts with the qualitative to understand what's going on. So after understanding what's going on, you develop themes. Those themes are categories. To say, we've discovered that there's a male, there's a female. I think maybe people have explored. Before we arrive to say there's a male and female, people have explored and made a decision that there's a female, there's a male. Then later on, the quantitative people will ask, are you a male or are you a female? So they want to generalize. But other thing that I've seen is that people, they will say, I'm doing a mixed method, where they will just put demographic information, then they will have qualitative questions and say, I'm doing a mixed method. That is not a mixed method. So you cannot have a demographic information and say that this is a mixed method. That is totally wrong. So even if you have the demographic and the qualitative, just call it a pure qualitative study design. Even if you're having the gender, the age, and so on. I don't know if I've answered your question, Professor.
Yes, there's another question, last one, I hope.
Where, last one.
Statistical power, confidence interval, generalization. There is most of the studies that we had and listened, and in the end we say Limpopo province, South Africa. And the question is, does the statistical power allow us to claim that that study represents Limpopo province?
It depends if the sample size was well calculated. If it says out of million, you need 384. If you get 384, to say that maybe patient that are a million in Limpopo, I've recruited 384, conducted my study amongst 384, then you are safe to say this is what is happening in Limpopo. But if you get less than 384, maybe 300, then you can't say that because it's no longer representative.
Worst case scenario, a study is conducted only in 2 villages in Polokwane municipality. But when we report, and even in some articles that we have seen published, they claim to be Limpopo province. Is that acceptable? I heard your issue about 350, the sample size that goes with the proportion, that I can understand. But if you only do Mankweng and you are not coming to Seshego and Mulechi and other areas, and then you still come and say,
yeah,
I rest my case.
It boils down to this. On your proposal, you need to be specific. What is your population and what was your target population? So you cannot only select 2 clinics and say, this is what is happening in Limpopo. That's not possible. So you cannot generalize it back to Limpopo. You just have to say, this is what is happening in these municipalities or in these clinics. But you cannot say this is what is happening in Limpopo. So meaning that on your proposal or on your project, you need to be clear on what is your target population and population. I think, yeah.
Okay, thank you. My question is with regard to the sample size in in qualitative research. I just want to check what is your take in proposing the number of participants in qualitative research, given the concept of data saturation and data sufficiency? Thank you.
I think we have answered that to say that we cannot say this is the required sample size for qualitative. So that's why I'm saying that there's still a war between quantitative researchers and qualitative researchers.
Okay, thank you. Maybe let me just start with Dr. Makwela there. I think the pattern has been that we are writing for high impact journals. They don't know Hamolepo, but on the title I will say Limpopo, and then when you get to the setting of that article, that's where that I will fully give the full of the setting, and then I will even explain in details to say that this is the situation. Thank you.
So we call it as misleading us. But it's okay.
It's a debate for another email.
Yeah.
What I want to you on is the fact, please touch on basic principles of self-developing the questionnaire. What are the that we need to what should guide us when we self-develop the questionnaires for the quantitative studies? Thank you.
I think we're left with 3 minutes. Let me touch upon that. So the idea, 1 minute? Oh, yes, thanks for that. So to touch upon that is that when you are doing self-developing a questionnaire, first of all, you need to do validation. One way of doing validation, you can sit with experts. So they check the questions. Are they valid? People from your field, they check the questions. Are they speaking to whatever you want to achieve? That is the first step. Then the second step is doing the pilot. Going to the field, selecting few participants, then you dish out your questionnaire, then you come back and analyze to check if the questions were clear to the participant. And when you do the data validation, it's not only the statistics. Even if you're collecting data, you will hear participants say that this question is not clear, what do you mean here? You record those things so that when you come back, you rephrase those questions. And we also need to avoid double-barrel questions when we're developing our questions. So those are the kind of things that we need to check when we're doing a pilot, what you call data validation, questionnaire validation. Thanks, colleagues.
Thank you, Mr. Mpekwane. Mr. Mpekwane, you can agree, ne? The audience strongly agrees that your presentation was excellent. Thank you so much. Can we clap for him once more? Thank you for summarizing research methodology so well within 1 hour, 30 minutes. But you have just complicated my driving. So next time when I turn on the key, so the engine will start running, and the engine will talk to the what, Dr. Kekana? And then the fuel will start pumping, and when I step on the brakes, the wheel will start turning. Mr. Mpekwane, awa, awa. I'm no longer going to look at my car the same way. Thank you so much for bringing the humor into the presentation. We have come to the end of the 2 days, wonderful 2 days. I'm going to hand over to Professor Gun to do the official closing. Thank you.
Yeah. It's a wow. The Vice Chancellor and Principal, University of Limpopo, Prof. Makulon, the DVC Teaching and Learning, Professor Madachi, Acting DVC Research, Innovation and Partnership, Professor Motiba, Acting Executive Dean, Faculty of Health Sciences, Prof. Omape, the Executive Dean, Faculty of Humanities, Prof. Mauto, the Executive Dean, Faculty of Management, Law, Professor Sambada, Acting Executive Dean, Faculty of Science and Agriculture, Professor Mapulu, the University Registrar, Professor Masha, Director, School of Medicine, Prof. S. Baloi, Director, School of Healthcare Sciences, Professor Sotile, unavoidably absent, Director, Research and Administration, Dr. Mabila, other directors of various schools and units, Research Professor, Faculty of Humanities, Professor Ola Fape, he was here with us in the morning, other research professors from other faculties, Faculty of Management and Law, Professor Tati, Faculty of Science and Agriculture, Science and Agriculture, they are also having their own research day, which is ending today. All HODs here present, the HOD of Nutrition, Mrs. Rabodiba, the HOD Department of Pharmacy, Professor Nolotu, is here with us, the HOD Faculty of Department of Public Health and Health System, Professor Nechipama Palmer, the HOD Department of Nursing, Professor Motucha, is also here with us. The postgraduate students, our attendees, our sponsors, our guests, keynote speakers, ladies and gentlemen, you all agree with me that it's been a wonderful two-day event, starting from yesterday and then today. Today and at this time marks the first part of the second segment of today's event, which is the keynote presentations and the presentations, the parallel sessions that we have had. We must appreciate and thank the Vice Chancellor, Professor Moklon, and his management team for providing this kind of platform for us. It's a very enriching and informative engagement. And without their support, we wouldn't be here. So a round of applause to the Vice Chancellor and the team. So equally in that manner, I would like to thank the acting Dean of the Faculty of Health Sciences, Prof. Opape, for his support. You know, everything from the beginning, the organization, the water you are drinking, the food you are eating, without her signature, it wouldn't have been possible. So we appreciate her for that. So a round of applause for her, sorry. We also appreciate and thank Prof. Baloi, Director of School of Medicine. Prof. Baloi chaired one session yesterday. He's the one who also opened the day for us today and also chaired a session. Has been supportive and been here. Most of the students in his school are here and they're doing well. Prof, we thank you and we appreciate you. A round of applause for him. We also appreciate Prof. Sotile. He's not here with us, but his support is very immense. We also like to thank our guest speakers. First, Dr. Mukali. Dr. Mukali, we appreciate you for taking your time all the way from Houghton, driving here and honoring our invitation. We thank you so much for yesterday opening a keynote address on which resonates, which is also the theme of our research. And you take us through to tell us that to achieve universal health coverage, the mechanism, the vehicle for doing that in the South African context is the National Health Insurance Scheme. And We appreciate you for giving us an insight on how the model is going to be unfolding and implemented in the context of South Africa. We appreciate you. A round of applause for him. And also today, our guest speaker, Professor Barker, who spoke with us on research ethics and integrity. And it's a mouthful. You know, what we're doing here, we have to be, the key thing I picked from there is, and I wrote it somewhere, that ethics is not just compliance, but values-driven and science. That means whatever we're doing in research, it must be ethical. We have to behave ethically. Because especially in the health sciences where we're dealing with human beings. So we shouldn't be distorting science. The moment you falsify results, the moment you plagiarize, the moment you fabricate results, you are like, I can be likened to a criminal. Because for health sciences, you are killing, you are distorting science. So whatever we are doing before we conduct our research, during data correction, and after, which is here, how we analyze the data, we should not be forcing the p-values to be statistically significant so that we can appear nice when we're writing, when we are presenting. We should analyze the data as it is. And when collecting data, you should not falsify the data. So that's, in a nutshell, research integrity, how you behave towards your research. So thank Professor Becker for that. It's quite insightful and informative. A round of applause for her. And also, we would like to acknowledge and thank the academic staff. It's been wonderful. Your lecturers, your supervisors have done a wonderful job. I've been through all the sessions, and I would like ask, who is this? They say it's undergraduate. I say, undergraduate? At this level, with that kind of presentation and research understanding, and then master's and doctorate. So we should appreciate our supervisors, our lecturers, for imparting something in you, because learning is defined as a relative permanent change in behavior. And we have seen that manifested. I've seen it through your presentations. I can say, we can attest that actually learning has taken place. So a round of applause to our supervisors for preparing you well. Please. And to you also, it's been wonderful. You can present anywhere in the world. Anywhere, I can attest to that. Because you just, on the spot, within the 15 minutes, and that's why we also set the standard for international standard, so that you can go anywhere and be confident and you can present in that manner. I will make some remarks about the presentation later after my vote of thanks. But to you all, the student, undergraduate, master's, and postgraduate student, please, is on a scale of 1 to 10, I'll give you 8. So clap for yourselves. And then to Peter Mpekwana, it's a wow for you, taking us through the circular process of research, type of research designs, sampling techniques, and it's what you've been doing, what you've been presenting. So it's a refresher course for us. And we thank you so much for honoring our invitation. A round of applause for him again. To our session chairs and judges, you have done a great job. Without you, because you see, teamwork is very important. Because you can't be in one place and another place and another place. You can only be in one place at a time. So with that teamwork, there's this thing that is, if you go at the airport or at Tambo, they said, if you want to go faster, you go alone, isn't it? But if you want to go far, you go together. Has anybody seen that? So we have gone far together. And that's why we have achieved in these 2 days what we have achieved. So I thank the organizing committee for the immense role, starting from the call for abstract, the preparation. The abstract was reviewed by experts. You didn't just come here, your abstract was reviewed with some comments, and after that, collating the abstract together, putting all the preparations, engaging with the hotel here for arrangement, everything up to this moment. So the organizing committee has done a great job. We must also give them a round of applause for a wonderful job well done. And our program directors, Mr. Choma for yesterday, Dr. Mokona, and Prof. Apape, thank you so much for directing these sessions, and we're grateful for your role. Our sponsors, BFCM, LICO, NetBank, Afro Medical Healthcare, and Promo One. We also thank our sponsors for their contribution to this, our research day. A round of applause for them as well. And then I have some few remarks. It's not all over. It's not yet Uhuru. It's not a long way yet to freedom. This is just one aspect of disseminating your research findings. You publish, make sure you publish your article in an accredited journal. And as well, you can also present the same presentation here in a national and international conference. There's no limit to how long, how often you present your research findings. You always stop presenting probably maybe when it has been published in maybe a journal proceedings. But you can still publish your findings that is published in an article in a conference, because that's just one leg of disseminating your research finding to the scientific community. So you can publish your article and at the same time attend the conference to present your findings. Because you see here, it's only those people who are present and also in your session alone can hear you, can engage with you. But when you publish to the wider scientific community, it's spread all over the world and you are cited. So I encourage you that this is not the end of the journey, it's just the beginning. The next level is for us to publish our findings. Then I also need to highlight that for doctorate students, there are 3 things that you must do before you finally graduate. 1, you need to publish your article in a journal before you graduate. You need to present, as is done here. And also, if there's another forum of at national or international, you can present. And then the third thing for you is for those who registered for their doctorate degrees in 2023, you must defend your PhD. Is that clear? 1, you present in a conference. 2, you publish an article. 3, you defend your thesis. For those who register in 2023, that is the new policy. So I just want to let you know about that. And then there's some just few things, observations that I can, few things I observe in your presentations. Last conference, we had a workshop on how to present. You are given 10 minutes and 5 minutes questioning. So you know that within 10 minutes, I can't devote 5 minutes on introduction. No, you won't make up. The key things we want to see and people want to see in the conference is your results. So you can even omit entirely the introduction. You go straight and problematize the problem, the need that warrants you to do the study, and highlight the objective. Not so many objectives. And then methodologically, you just highlight the site, kind of site design with this population, the question, the tool that's used, and the data analysis that was used. Then you focus more on your results. The 5 minutes should be on your results because that's key. So, issue of some will even spend time on the introduction, trying to mention the names in the literature. You don't need to do that because that's why it is also you are also presenting. People are seeing your slide. So they're reading some other aspect of the slide that are irrelevant. You don't need to read everything. The same thing applies to poster. Poster, you have 5 minutes, and it's called poster. It's post there for everyone. Ideally, if we're at time, poster, you need to just put it, and people go around to read, and then you stand there, and then they ask you questions. So 5 minutes poster, you just introduce your poster. Ask, see in my poster, this poster, the aim objective is this, and the result is this. Because people are reading your poster. So you don't need to waste time on that. And then if somebody asks you a question that is outside the scope of your study, don't struggle to answer. Just say, sorry, man, it's within the outside the scope of my study. The moment you are struggling to answer a question that is not within the scope of your study, it means you don't own your study, you don't know what you're doing. So you just be polite and say, maybe a further study can be done that way. So these are just some few observations, remarks that I want to make. Other than that, it's been a wonderful 2-day event, and we'll see you by 6. Okay, and then there's this. For those CPD points, please, can you sign your CDP points before you leave? So we're ending up by 6 o'clock for the gala dinner where we can sit, relax, engage ourselves further. You see, it's a learning curve. This platform has given opportunity to work together, to learn, research. No one knows research, no one. It's a continuous process. We keep learning from each other. So we have come together, we have learned together, we've collaborated together, we can forge collaboration ahead. Thank you so all of you for attending, and I think on this note, by the powers conferred on me, I declare this session closed. Thank you all.
Askisi, marketing is requesting that we all gather outside. They want a group picture that they can put on the UL newsletter. Let's appear in the picture, please.
Tshwarang. Toba. The black one. It's not lost. Safe. Yeah.
Thank you, guys. My research is all about explore.
Come on. Itanke.
Manchel,
This side. Yes, come.
what's a grataline now, Manchela? Huh?
So I'm all here.
Eric Kutisha. Cameraman. Cameraman.
My brother. At this stage. My brother, we are ready.
Okay. Connector, connector, connect.
So, banna ba ka seno shalana morago se name mix.
Okay,
balance ke.
Just because of me. So much is not a problem.
Arabian phone.
Yeah. Yeah. No, this guy is still alive.
Vivid,
Sure.
Vivid. Okay, that's the only time where you're gonna get on the floor where there's no one here.
Nare will come in between. Yeah. Nare dire mix.
Hey, baru jaga jaga investment.
A professional photographer. And then when you go the banner, so I'm
In the meantime, we want to be professional.
Oh, okay.
Please come.
While we are waiting.
Professional photographer is going to take 1 hour, then we leave. Ma'am, are you supposed to be here?
Yes.
No. No, red color will do. You can join.
Yeah.
We'll just read the notification. Yeah,
They were taking briefing on 26
Yeah, no.
Okay.
We want to be seen not the way we are.
Okay, yes, professional, that's what they do.
Yeah.
Okay. Nice.
Yes. Energish. Arts were the type.
Arts they were.
Dietitians badira.
Arts they were.
You can do like something like yeah. Perfect. You could make it in a all right.
Okay.
Yeah, jwale ke jwale re lekane ke re feletse jwale yeah I want odd number
Where's my power bank?
Barakadi.
Nebo Maunatal. Barakate Kirakadi. Oh, Mara ya phela.
Yes, it's mine. Uluwena, you need to collect. Our collect. You presented, Mos. Oh, yeah.